which happened subsequently in the year. So all of these moves, in my view, have been carefully calibrated, and hence this year she will possibly pause on the rate cuts.
All right. So we'll wait and watch. It's I think an hour and a half from now. We'll get to know soon enough what's in store, what's in the bahikata. But as of now, let's slip into a very short break. A very, thank you to all our correspondents joining us from Mumbai, Delhi and Srinagar, and also Mr. Bhutani, who will be here with us in the studio a little while from now again. For now, slipping to a short break. Stay with us. This is WION's coverage of the Union Budget 2022.
On the West Asia Post this week. As Iran tensions escalate, Tehran threatens to sink US aircraft carrier. Hamas seeks role for its fighters in governing Gaza ahead of the disarmament talks. Russia eyes major military bases in Syria amid heightening tensions between Damascus and Tel Aviv.
Watch the West Asia Post only on WION World is One.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called Yo1 Wellness Center. The Yo1 Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
Technology doesn't always move in a straight line. Sometimes the future comes early and flies twice at the speed of sound. High fidelity just can't match the beauty and melody of analog sound. And for all our advancements in technology, the greatest enigmas of nature still remain enduring mysteries. Catch all these stories and more on Tech It Out, only on WION at these times.
Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS Centenary Year, Kesariya at 100.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching WION World is One. We're cutting across to live visuals coming in from Delhi at the Finance Ministry. Nirmala Sitharaman, India's finance minister, scheduled to announce the budget, holding the Baikata, the traditional red ledger. She will be announcing the Union Budget 2026 little more than an hour from now. Indian President photo op at the President's residence. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Indian President Draupadi Murmu at the presidential residence. This is going to be Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th budget. It's a record of most consecutive budgets presented by a finance minister. It's the first time the union budget will be presented on a Sunday in almost a decade. A lot of words happening today. It's the meeting between the finance minister and the Indian president, as is scheduled, shortly before she heads for the union budget announcements. All right, viewers, this is World Business Watch. I'm Shibin Channa. Let's start with the business headlines at this hour. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is set to present her 9th straight budget. Growth above 7%, reforms, manufacturing-led exports and infrastructure take centre stage as markets open for a special Sunday trading session. Indian stock benchmarks seesawed between losses and gains on the special trading day for the budget. Sensex index opened flat, then fell and then turned green, while the Nifty index was trading in the red. Bitcoin slid below $80,000, extending its decline as prices fall about 7%, falling close to $77,000, its lowest since November. And this comes amid concerns over tighter liquidity and potential Federal Reserve policy shifts. Ether also drops sharply. China's new home prices edge up in January, rising about 0.18%. Month on month in 100 cities, driven by high-end projects in major hubs. The modest gain follows government signals to support the struggling property sector, easing rules and aiming to stabilize housing markets. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present the budget for the 9th consecutive time on Sunday. The economic survey released last week showed that India's growth powerhouse moment is here, but with significant global risks. At a time when the global economy faces fragmentation, geopolitical uncertainty and supply chain realignments, India seeks for a rare combination of scale, speed and stability. While this year's economic survey was more like a warning of global risks wrapped inside a package of good news, it made one thing very clear: India's growth is more structural now than cyclical. The survey has set the tone for the budget. It upgraded the potential GDP growth to above 7%. and that is well above global growth average of 3%. Developed economies pegged to grow at 2% and emerging nations average around 4%. The survey highlighted that the services sector is growing about 9% and is making India the world's digital back office. Other key readings also showed manufacturing is accelerating above long-term averages. The investment momentum is strong and domestic demand remains resilient. Last year's personal income and GST tax cuts are set to boost demand further. India has focused on broader reforms to attract global investors. Some of the top reforms over the past year are GST rationalization, 100% FDI in insurance, private entry into nuclear energy, labor code implementation, and faster environmental clearances. Now, for the year to come, manufacturing-led exports are now India's strategic priority. Expectations are that the budget will create long horizon opportunities in electronics, autos, pharma, defense, chemicals, and industrial clusters. Infrastructure, including roads, railways, and ports, are set to be the backbone of the next investment cycle. To support new tech investments, India is also looking at rapidly expanding digital and logistics corridors. Indian stock markets will be open today on a Sunday, and the stage is set for a special trading session on the budget day, despite it being a day like today. Investors will have a chance to react immediately to the announcements in the budget, so you will have real-time reactions coming in as the announcements come in from Delhi. All eyes are now on the budget and the policy announcements. Will the salaried class get more tax breaks? Big question being raised by a lot of people. Will the government move away from its tradition and bet on something new? All right, for more on this, our correspondent Siddharth MP sent us this report from Chennai.
Indian states, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, are going to vote in 3 to 4 months from now. So it will be interesting to see what the centre has to offer both these election-bound states. In fact, what's interesting is that Tamil Nadu and Kerala are opposition-ruled states where the BJP is looking to make inroads. And both these states have had issues with the centre, and they've had serious political differences over budgetary allocations for the states. In fact, Tamil Nadu has been at the forefront of this, and Tamil Nadu has been alleging for a long time that either the centre has been delaying or denying funds meant for Tamil Nadu, be it for infra projects such as airports or even metro rail. And even in addition to that, the Tamil Nadu government has been saying that for political reasons, the ruling BJP at the centre has been denying or reducing the funds that Tamil Nadu deserves, pointing out that Tamil Nadu is an economic powerhouse that deserves more from the centre. At the same time, in Kerala as well, there are these political issues over financing for the state. In Kerala, the main issue is that Kerala is facing fiscal stress. Therefore, for the Kerala government as well, they would be expecting relief packages from the centre to help the state in the long run as well. So we'll have to wait and watch what the budget has to offer for these two crucial pole-bound states in the south. From Chennai, Siddharth MP, WION World is One.
And these were visuals from moments earlier. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman meeting the Indian President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan. This is shortly before she moves to the Parliament to address and read out Union Budget 2026. Also, just a very quick, update on the things that have been going on since morning. Indian stocks remain volatile. Just before the budget, the Indian stock benchmark seesawed between losses and gains on the special trading day for the budget. So we will be keeping a close eye on the Indian Stock Exchange on Sunday, that is today, February 1st, when it is going to be active, BSE and NSE. All right, to discuss this further, now I'm going to take a global perspective of what investors or any keen eye would be looking for in this upcoming Union Budget 2026. Joining me is Robert Kep, Director, Asia Pacific Geoeconomics and Business Initiative, Chapman University. Robert, always a pleasure speaking with you. Thanks so much for joining us here again. Coming in from an international perspective, from your lens, coming in from Los Angeles, what would you like to see or announcements that you'll be keeping a keen eye on and ear on, just to understand what it would perhaps encourage more investment in the Indian market, or more encouragement towards looking at the Indian market for an investor overseas?
So I think a lot of what the investment community and in general the foreign economic community looks for in India is kind of steady as she goes approach, which I think, the Modi government has been very well received. And the finance minister's previous budgets, hit those correct notes. I would say one of the main things is probably just more efficiency in terms of tax and regulation. That's always been the number one complaint you hear typically from foreign investors. And if there's more progress made on that, and then, as long as the budget isn't doing anything too outlandish, which I don't expect it will, as you just mentioned previously, India's got this really enviable growth. And that's what people want to see just continue. And as long as there's nothing to upset that, it should be in good shape.
All right, enviable growth, I'll keep that in mind. But then definitely it's something that in India, it's we're all looking forward to it and to only see that number grow. But at the same time, Robert, do you see any operational barriers impeding a path towards looking towards India? And I'm again taking a perspective from your lens, from the international lens.
Yeah. So, the number one thing, obviously, that's upset India's relations primarily with the U.S., but it's also an underlying tension with the EU, although India deserves great credit, as does the EU, for coming together recently and concluding a new trade deal. And that's Russia, okay? And I know this is sensitive. I know there's a lot of historical precedents with India-Russia ties and so forth. But that really isn't, and I'm not making any excuses, by the way, for the U.S. president. He is not easy to gauge. And there are probably other factors at play in his, atrociously high 50% tariff rate against Indian goods. But his explained reason is Russian oil. And I think if India can navigate through that from a geopolitical perspective, that would be the number one thing that could really help bring back positive U.S.-India ties and could really make sure the new EU-India deal goes through smoothly and can just get supercharged, because Europe would love to be doing more with India, does not want to do more with China. It's being shunned by the U.S. And its biggest threat, though, is Russia. So if you can take Russia out of the picture, a lot of good things can happen between India and the West.
I hear your point, Robert. Perhaps similar sentiments arise here in India when you see Asim Munir and Shehbaz Sharif standing time and again in the US, in the White House. But as of now, when I say an international lens, I'd like you to also bring in perspectives from the rest of the world and not just from the US. I understand you're from Los Angeles, but India is waking up to the fact that FTAs are being done with the UK, already being done with the EU. Yeah. So there is more to the West than the US. Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely. No, and so you've got historical legacy there with the UK. The UK, likewise. Look, in a certain sense, the big opportunity and taking a truly global perspective here is outside the US, right? But some of the problems are the same. So Russia is a problem for everyone in Europe, the EU specifically, Britain also, and even the US. But assuming the US has its own issues and you want to just focus on that part of the world, managing tensions there would help. Now, at the same time, you mentioned an even broader global perspective. I would say there's huge opportunities with Northeast Asia, specifically Japan and South Korea, because they're also being pushed away by China. China's gotten very aggressive with Japan. And Japan, they coined the term free and open Indo-Pacific. And they specifically included Indo in the term because it used to be just called Asia Pacific. And that goes back to the time of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. His mentee, as it were, Takaichi Sakai, is now prime minister. So there's a lot of kind of rhyming with history. And I know Japan would love to do more with India. And that is a partner that could, help bring a lot of advances that India wants to make in terms of technology, for example.
That was Robert Kep joining us from Los Angeles. Robert, I must say, I always, enjoy our candid and respectful conversations. You don't hold back, neither do I. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Would like to have you on the broadcast again.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Amid one of India's most challenging global and domestic economic settings, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present the budget today. The capital outflows over the past year is something the government would seek to address in the budget. Investors will keep a close eye to see what policies will help do that. Now, the rupee has fallen from 86 to nearly 91.95 against the dollar. Foreign investors have pulled out over 29,000 crore rupees this past month, and employment-intensive sectors are under pressure. Home sales in major metros have dropped 14%. Affordable housing is declining while luxury home sales surge. These trends highlight structural fault lines in the economy. And despite these challenges, India is projected to grow 7.4% this year. Budget 2026 presents an opportunity to strengthen economic security and investment despite Trump's aggressive tariff stance. Experts suggest reviving the rupee by attracting foreign direct investment and monetizing idle public sector assets. An India Investment Summit would bring investors to India, while integrated townships on PSU land could drive urban growth, jobs and consumption. India also plans for Indra, that is a platform to monetize innovations from DRDO, ISRO and other research institutions. Regulatory reforms are essential as well, as projects still require up to 116 approvals, slowing investment and entrepreneurship. In a fractured global trade environment, India's budget must balance openness with protection. The IMF forecasts global growth at 3.3%, while India could grow over 7%. Public investment in logistics, energy and digital infrastructure is expected to rise. And these are live visuals coming in, viewers. India's finance minister with the Bahikhata all set to begin the Union Budget 2026. She's entering the house, and this is a quick photo op before she goes in. As scheduled earlier, she met the Indian President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan. And now, just before she enters the house, quick photo op outside on the stairs. Union Budget 2026, lot of expectations coming in from around the world as well. And of course, right here in India, the salaried class will be watching closely. Manufacturing sector, the defense sector, renewable energy sector, MSMEs and the auto sector, all tuning in very closely, expecting announcements to come in for their respective industries. We'll be tracking this very closely right here on WION World is One. Stay tuned right here with us. Now, to discuss this further, I'm being joined live by Jayant Krishna, Senior Fellow, Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Mr. Krishna, always a pleasure speaking with you. Thanks so much for joining us here on the broadcast again. We're just a little over an hour away from the announcements to begin. Do you foresee any kind of announcements coming in regarding, the tax regime? Because that's something I've been discussing. A lot of ears are open to hear what it would mean for their regular salary. Let's just start there.
See, my feeling is this time not many changes would happen on the tax structure, especially for salaried class and so on and so forth. But I would expect the finance minister to herald a major change in the direction for the country if India has to emerge as a developed nation by the year 2047, when it turns 100 post-independence, right? So for that, some radical shifts are required, right? How do we become a developed country, right? I think, I know 1 year's budget can't address all the gaps But, a directional shift is very, very important, right? I mean, if you look at our Human Development Index ranking, we are ranked, 130th among 193 countries. If you look at the per capita income, we are ranked 141 out of 194 countries. So unless these parameters improve, unless the quality of life improves, unless all these things happen, becoming a developed nation by the 2047 would remain a distant dream on the horizon. And therefore, I expect the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to, at least, move in the direction of doubling the total spend on education. Right now, we spend almost 3% of our GDP on education, and this has to be doubled. I know it can't be doubled in 1 year, but that directional shift from a 3 to 4%, can she attempt doing it in this budget? Similarly, healthcare. We spend just about little over 2% of our GDP. I'm talking about the government expenditure on healthcare. Little over 2% of our GDP on healthcare. That also needs to become at least 3.5% of GDP, right? So these improvements are required. I would expect, like the 1991 budget where major economic transformation happened, she should announce, how do we transform our regulators in different sectors? Because today regulators are completely appointed by the government, controlled by the government. So they are not seen as fair, equitable, and independent, right? How do we ensure that the legal system for contract enforcement in the country, which everybody else thinks is quite weak, especially for foreign investors, I think how is that strengthened? One good thing which has happened, which I'm sure budget will also signify that, the rejigging of trade policies with major countries. I know US is completely not in our hands, but with all other economies, India is already moving in that direction and can, in some form, the companies which are adversely affected because of the trade barriers, because of a high 50% tariff which US has imposed, can the government do something to offset their losses because of fall of this
Mr. Krishna, let me come in there.
Fast track disinvestments, these kind of things are, how do we make a headway for a direct tax code? I think these things are very, very important to my mind. How do we increase
Mr. Krishna,
technology?
Yeah, let me come in there. So you just mentioned the investments coming in from different countries and our own trade agreements as well. Just shortly before you had joined, we had a guest joining us from Los Angeles, and I asked him an international perspective, and the first perspective came in that perhaps India needs to stop dealing with Russia so that things get better with the US. I just wanted to, bring this up with you because this is a mentality. I asked an international perspective, and the perspective I get is from the US. I understand he was joining us from the US, but I had to remind him that there are other markets around the world because India has made it happen. The free trade agreements have come in from the UK, they've come in from the entire EU now. And at this point, do you feel India should also be looking towards the East?
Yeah. Why not? I mean, countries like South Korea, countries like Vietnam, countries like Indonesia. I think Japan. I think these countries are also very, very important to my mind. And I fundamentally believe even China, right? People always have this factor that no, India can't do business with China. I mean, and China will always have an element of distrust. But I think I am all for a greater integration of Indian economy with that of China. I think India stands to gain much more than just rallying around the US. I think that's very, very important to my mind, but that's a subject of a different debate altogether. And I don't think budget can do much in that direction. But definitely India should also start looking east towards east. I think that's very, very important. Many things, how do we improve the ease of doing business in our country? How do we ensure that, some of the world's most polluted cities which are in India, I think that problem is tackled in a big time. How do we ensure that the Smart India mission, because a lot of development happens around urban entities, around cities.
Understood.
These 100 smart cities, how do we take it to the next level of maturity and capability? I think these things, to my mind, are very, very important. And I would expect the finance minister to make a major announcement which should, herald a directional shift towards India becoming a developed country.
Yeah, that's
Otherwise, it will remain a political slogan.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to understand also from you, Mr. Krishna. How much do you feel this budget is going to address India's larger vision of 2047 and where it aims to be and wants to be by then? How much of it will be addressing the issues that are here right now with essentially the administration in the US and the tariffs coming in?
Yeah, so I said, budget cannot do much in terms of having on a bilateral trade agreements and so on and so forth. But it can also talk about a direction that yes, this is what India has done so far with Australia, with UK, with European Union, with the UAE. And this is the road forward in terms of more FTAs with more countries and so on and so forth, so that the loss we are incurring vis-a-vis fall in trade with the US, because Indians can't export it except the sectors which are kept outside, like smartphones, electronics, pharmaceuticals, and so on and so forth. So I think that announcement is important, that this is how we are trying to tackle the problem that we have with the US, where the trade deal remains elusive despite so many rounds of negotiations which have happened, right? But also I think India in the long term has to look at reducing some of the non-tariff barriers also, which many people while doing trade with India face. So I think these kind of changes, to my mind, the budget should announce, rather than very transactional changes, making a few basis point change in terms of spend in different sectors here and there. But larger issues which would, it should, to my mind, it should be some kind of a roadmap for India to become a developed nation by the year 2047. That's very, very important. I mean, bits and pieces government has addressed it, but not as holistically, and let this budget be an opportunity to address that aspiration of Indians holistically, to my mind, Shivam.
Understood. And, address the larger cause, the larger vision, instead of addressing country-wise issues. That need not be what drives the budget. The budget should be driven by the larger vision. That's what, I would agree with you on that. Let's wait and watch. It's a little over an hour from now, and we'll be connecting with you a little later in the day once everything is out, and we'll discuss this further. That was Jayant Krishna joining us on the broadcast. Pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, on that note, let's quickly slip into a very short break. This is WION's coverage on Union Budget 2026. Please come back.
Yo1 Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to Yo1 Health Resort. Make your reservation at yo1.com.
Technology doesn't always move in a straight line. Sometimes the future comes early and flies twice at the speed of sound. High fidelity just can't match the beauty and melody of analog sound. And for all our advancements in technology, the greatest enigmas of nature still remain enduring mysteries. Catch all these stories and more on Tech It Out, only on WION at these times.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. You're watching WION World is One with Shivan and Diksha. And thank you for tuning us to our continuous and comprehensive coverage of the Union Budget 2026.
All right, let's begin with the headlines first. This is going to be detailed coverage on what's to come from the Parliament. Let's listen in to the headlines first. India's Finance Minister is set to present her 9th straight budget, growth above 7%, reforms, manufacturing-led exports and infrastructure. They take centre stage as markets open for a special Sunday trading session.
Iran-backed Islamic resistance in Iraq unveils an underground missile city, but refrains from providing technical details, location, or information on operational use.
Qatari Prime Minister holds talks in Iran, seeks to ease regional tensions as US naval battle group led by USS Abraham Lincoln positions off Iran's shores. Egypt urges all parties to exercise restraint ahead of Rafah crossing reopening following Israeli strikes in Gaza that killed 32, including children.
U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff holds what he calls productive and constructive talks with Russian Special Envoy Kirill Dmitriev. This is part of ongoing efforts to achieve a peaceful resolution to the Ukraine conflict.
Danish Defence Minister says Denmark intends to have a stronger military presence in Greenland this year and in years to come, amid Trump's threats to seize the island by force.
Thousands of cyclists gathered in Minneapolis to honor the life of Alex Pretty. A registered nurse and avid cyclist was killed by federal agents during an ICE operation last month.
High-speed train rams truck stuck on the railroad tracks in North Carolina as a snowstorm sweeps across the U.S.
Gold falls below $4,900 and silver plunged under $80 before making a slight recovery. Both metals remain under sharp pressure amid volatile commodity markets, driven by a stronger US dollar and developments in Federal Reserve leadership.
This is our comprehensive coverage of Union Budget 2026 and getting us updates from different parts of the country. I'll quickly introduce all our correspondents, our reporters. Joining us from Mumbai is Disha Yadav. She's going to be bringing us all the action taking place at the BSE and the NSE. Then there is Idris Sloan, who's getting us all the updates from Srinagar. And we also have Hardik, who's joining us here from Vijay Chowk. He's absorbing it all right from where all the developments are going to be coming in very shortly. I'll connect with all our reporters very shortly. Stay with us. Very quickly, let's go into a quick report before we get more updates coming in. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is set to present India's Union Budget for financial year 2026-27 this Sunday, that is today.
Right, and Shivan, this will be her 9th consecutive budget, and with that, she breaks the 75-year tradition. Well, traditionally, most of the substance in budget speeches has been contained in Part A, with Part B limited to tax and policy announcements. But this year, reports suggest that Sitharaman she is going to expand Part B to outline the broader economic vision, combining both short-term priorities and long-term goals that go well beyond the tax tweaks.
Sitharaman's decision marks a significant departure from decades of budget convention, one that could redefine how India's economic strategy is communicated to investors, businesses and citizens. Economists are watching closely, saying this could become a roadmap for India's economic future, reflecting both its local strengths and global ambitions as the nation enters the second quarter of the 21st century.
And this year's presentation also comes with high expectations. India's economy has shown resilience amid global headwinds, with growth projections above 7% this fiscal year. And investors will be watching closely for direction on fiscal deficit targets, debt management and capital expenditure plans. Both the Bombay Stock Exchange and the National Stock Exchange will operate on Sunday, as a special trading session has been announced for Budget Day.
With Part B poised to carry full strategic weight, analysts say the announcements could set the tone for India's economic trajectory well into the next decade.
Well, as the countdown to the budget speech begins, now the focus isn't just inside the parliament, it's also on the ground. From financial markets to the corridors of power, we have our reporters tracking the ground updates. We have with us Disha, who's joining us from outside BSE Mumbai. We also have with us Idris, who's joining us from Srinagar, and Hardik joining us from Vijay Chowk. Disha, let me come to you first. The BSE is open on a Sunday, there has been less precedent to that. How are markets reacting and what is the sentiment on ground? Get us up to speed.
Well, absolutely. So it's not a usual Sunday here because Sundays outside BSE are always isolated. But this time around, and this marks the second time in India's history that the BSE is open on a Sunday for budget. And I just want to show you exactly where we are. So the market hours are open, it's working as usual, and we are looking at some amount of buzz on the ground as well. But of course, majority of the action and development is expected post-budget. Now, what we understand that as far as expectations are also concerned, Mumbai is one of India's most expensive cities, and that is why expectations are also a lot higher from the people around here. First and foremost, of course, affordable housing, because renting has become very expensive here in the city and buying a house as well. So the Mumbaikars are expecting some amount of relief when it comes to that. Affordable housing is on the top list as well. As far as job creation, that is a major expectation as far as the youth is concerned and the youngsters are concerned who really want to enter into the job market. They really want Center to continue to push as far as the services are concerned, manufacturing sectors are concerned, which can generate employment and can, of course, sustain economic growth as well. As far as salaried professionals are concerned, every year the eyes and the ears are always open as far as the tax relief is concerned. So that, of course, is also on the agenda. And lastly, of course, we can talk also about the healthcare, because getting accessible, affordable healthcare is also becoming next to possible in cities like Mumbai, which is, of course, becoming very expensive every day. So that also, to get some amount of concessions or some amount of reliefs as far as in healthcare is concerned, that also remains on priority for the citizens.
Thanks, Disha, for getting us all of those updates. I'll quickly cut across to Hardik Bharadwaj, who's there with us in Vijay Chowk right here in Delhi. Hardik, reactions you've picked up. It's not a regular Sunday. You made it very clear to us rightfully in the beginning. Tell us more on what you picked up.
Firstly, I would like to let you know the road to Parliament is packed. So, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well, they've reached Parliament. Convoys are in. So, obviously, in terms of expectations, everything is pretty buzzing right now. So, not a usual Sunday. Would just like to bring in terms of reactions, what I spoke to like a few people and got the sense of how this particular budget could lay the groundwork for Trump-proofing the economy, if that's the word. Basically, point being that India's manufacturing capabilities, major focus could be on that, and not just that, but also startups.
Understood.
So, apart from that, despite the fact that global uncertainty is structural, India's growth is also structural. So that way, in terms of offsetting, I think it does it pretty nicely.
Yeah.
But I also feel that obviously the country is projected to grow at
Understood.
more than 7%. So taking all those things into consideration, pretty excited.
All right, Hardik, thanks so much for those updates. I'll quickly now cut across to Idris. Idris, you had mentioned horticulture, tourism, and of course the railways. You know, key concerns and requirements coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Very quickly, if you can elaborate further.
Well, absolutely, Shivan. Kashmir has had a very rough year. 2025 kick-started with the Pahalgam terror attack, then Operation Sindoor, which has hit the tourism industry massively. If we talk about the industry, also plays a major role in the GDP of Jammu and Kashmir. But we've seen there has been complete... the whole tourism industry has been dismantled, at least in the first few months after the attack took place in Pahalgam and then Operation Sindoor. Now it's on a road to revival, but the tourism stakeholders in Jammu and Kashmir are expecting that there would be a special package for them in this budget. On the other hand, the horticulture industry, which is the main GDP contributor in Jammu and Kashmir, the apple industry also had to go through massive losses due to the closure of the national highway in the month of October because of the landslides. And we saw how much the apple growers had to bear at that point of time as well. They are also expecting that the government would come up with some kind of scheme for them, and especially the road connectivity. Because we have seen that the railway network has been started for them, but it didn't really help them too much as it was expected, because it was the first time that a rail service, a train carriage was started for sending apples from Kashmir Valley to different parts of the country. The third important point is the rail connectivity, because at the moment there is a rail that goes from Srinagar to Katra, and from Katra the rail reaches to the rest of the country. While as the people from the Kashmir Valley have been demanding that there should be a direct train to Srinagar, from Srinagar to New Delhi, while as there should be connectivity to other districts.
Those are
in the
key concerns, Idris.
As well.
Idris, thanks so much for getting us those updates. We'll come back to you in a bit to get more updates. Thank you to all our reporters, Hardik, Disha and Idris, for getting us those updates from Delhi, Mumbai and Srinagar.
And now to cut through the noise and simplify the numbers and also make sense of the headwinds facing the economy in this rare Sunday budget presentation, we have with us Mr. Abrish Balika. He is an independent market analyst. Thank you so much, Mr. Balika, for joining us on the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Balika, the headline macroeconomic numbers look optimistic, where the GDP growth has been projected at 7%. Inflation is under control, and also the fiscal deficit, which is seeing a steady decline. However, foreign capital outflows has been a key concern. Do you expect the budget is going to address foreign investor outflows from Indian stocks?
Yes, I think the finance minister has to address that, because our markets would have crashed if not for the retail inflows to the mutual funds, which has balanced the FI outflow. And I think the major issue for the FIs was the taxation introduced in 2024. In 24, the markets were at lifetime high, so the valuations were high, and the rupee was decently stable. And then the finance minister introduced a major taxation for FIs in budget 24. So that was a trigger for the FIs to start booking out. And now, I mean, when you see the markets are coming down, rupees depreciating, I think it's a double whammy. So every other FI is rushing to the exit. And we've seen a huge negative figure in the last 2 years. So I expect some changes in the taxation in this budget. And the other thing which I expect, and I hope it's done, is the dividend taxation, because that is double taxation. You're taxing the corporate and taxing the recipient again. So if these two things are changed, I think you'll see a reversal as far as the FI inflows are concerned.
Mr. Palika, you mentioned the Indian rupee briefly. I just want to focus a little more on that now. There has been a decline. There's no denying that. It's very clear. What can one expect? What kind of effect can one expect from this union budget on the Indian rupee? Because that is a key concern. This is vis-a-vis the US dollar.
No, like I said, I mean, one of the things which has to be done is to ensure that the FIs start investing back into India. So that can be done only with the tweak in taxation. And I think at the same time, you will have the RBI and government also intervening, I mean, to stabilize the rupee, because it will also have an effect on inflation. I mean, although we say that rupee depreciation is good for exporters, but generally it's a short-term benefit, because post that, the fresh orders are negotiated accordingly. I mean, especially in the IT industry, which we have seen are the major forex earners, the effect of the rupee depreciation doesn't last too long.
Right, and Mr. Palika, there is a clear gap between the macro level economic optimism that we're seeing and also the financial stress that many many middle class people are also facing. How do you think the budget is going to address these concerns today?
Just to supplement what Diksha said, yeah, Mr. Palika, a lot of our guests joining, they're not foreseeing much change to the new tax regime. Over to you.
Absolutely, because we have seen a major change last year. So generally, if you look at the budgets in the past so many years, when a major change is done in a particular year, I mean, that is not touched in the next year. So I really don't expect any major changes to personal taxation, except for the fact that the capital gains exemption limit, which was introduced and it's quite low, I think that can be raised to about 2 lakhs. You could have fixed deposit tax exemption limit being raised because it's quite low at 10,000. So I think that is what should help the middle class. So I think that would be increased. And from a capital markets perspective, I think the securities transaction tax, which has not been touched for a long time, I think that could be reduced.
Also, Mr. Palika, the BSE and the NSE on a Sunday, we're going to be seeing these real-time changes or reactions coming into the announcements. How do you foresee this trading day to proceed?
See, typically on the day of the budget, I mean, the markets remain range-bound till the budget is announced. And once the announcement is done, and even during the announcement, you have very wild swings. But then what I've noticed over the last decade or so, the effect of the budget hardly stays beyond a few days. Because if you see the last 10 years, only in 2 years, 2016 and 2021, the effect of the budget lasted beyond 10 days. So this is basically because a lot of policy decisions are taken throughout the year outside the budget. So, like it was a different case in the 80s, 90s, and 2000. But right now, if you look at the markets, the effect, like I said, doesn't last beyond a couple of days.
Right, and Mr. Palika, according to you, what are some key sectors that we should be on the lookout for, which will see some major developments in the union budget today?
No, I think the various sectors which we should benefit are the focus sectors for the government, which is defense, railways, infrastructure. I think, we are already at the peak of the allocation. So I think government will possibly look at some innovative funding as far as infrastructure is concerned, because unless infrastructure grows, we cannot have that Viksit Bharat by 2047. And I think there will be a special focus on the sectors which have been affected by the US trade tariffs, like textiles, gems and jewelry, aquaculture, light engineering, specialty chemicals. I think these are the ones where there would be a special focus. And I think we should also be future looking. So I think there could be some framework for AI. I think there'll be a clear roadmap as far as that is concerned.
Mr. Palika, also, when we look at structural reforms, there's a lot of talk on reform. We've been discussing with our guests all these months leading up to the budget. One major structural reform that you think is required and that you're expecting.
I think one of the major structural reforms are required as far as the labor is concerned, as far as the employment is concerned, because I think that is going to be a major concern going ahead, because there is still a huge gap between the expected skills and the skills available. And I don't think the skill India has actually worked out well in the last couple of years. I think there's still a huge gap. So we need to see as to what the government does as far as this is concerned. Because, having a lot of unemployed youth, I think is a huge issue for any country.
All right, Mr. Balika, thanks so much for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing all your insights. Always a pleasure speaking with you. We'll have lots more to discuss as soon as the announcements start coming in from Delhi. That was Mr. Ambarish Balika, independent market analyst, joining us from Mumbai. And now we'll cut across to our studio guest who's joining us, Mr. Mukesh Bhutani, Managing Partner, BMR Legal. Mr. Bhutani, we were speaking earlier in the day as well. Thanks so much for joining us here in the WION studios. We spoke about structural reforms with Mr. Balika. One key structural reform that you're expecting or looking forward to?
As a taxman, I think it's tax administration. So you've seen the new Income Tax Act 2025, which is going to come into effect from April 1, 2026. However, the enabling rules to support that has not come. That's outside the purview of the parliamentary process and the budget, but I think there was an expectation that the announcement would be made, because come April 1, you and I will be guided by those subordinate legislations, number one. Number two, I think there has been a fair bit of public consultation after the Select Committee of the Parliament took inputs on the new income tax bill of 2025, which got converted into an act. I would anticipate a whole lot of tweaking, changes, maybe not relevant to the common man, but relevant to businesses from a clarity and a certainty point of view. You could see that as well. Number three is something again you'll not see in the budget, but you could see very well by way of announcements. For example, if you look at the trend of personal tax collections, that has gone up. And in the economic survey, the CEA attributed that to the government's nudge program. So the nudge program is for individuals to give them opportunities to revise their tax return just in case they want to without any penalties. That has resulted in tax buoyancy on the individual side. So administrative reforms of this nature, and nudge is just one of the programs, could see more by way of an announcement, though not by way of legislation. You see, at the end of the day, what we have seen as growth in the direct tax collections, both corporate and individuals, are largely attributable to deeper administrative reforms. So I would see similar programs being laid out in the budget. On the indirect tax side, you could very well see an amnesty for customs. So it's very interesting. If you look at the trend of last 6 years, we've seen amnesty on service tax. We've seen state governments going on amnesty on the erstwhile state VAT law. We saw 2 income tax amnesty. One was driven by resolution of disputes. Second was driven by declaration. But we've not seen an amnesty in customs. And the reason behind that is that some forms of customs-related violations are scheduled offences, say under PMLA. Some forms of valuation-related disputes land you into foreign exchange management, situation. So we have not seen a customs amnesty. I think this is an opportune time for the finance minister, having tasted success of other amnesty schemes in the previous budgets, to announce some form of a customs. And last, my favorite, rejig of custom tariffs. One, follow up to the announcements she made last year. Two, how are your customs tariff now going to see eye to eye with the free trade agreements India is signing with the UK, with the EU, and hopefully with the United States? Right now, the tariffs are not structured in a manner that it sees eye to eye with the FTAs, because as soon as India concludes its FDA with United States, you have substantially 70-80% of cross-border trade of merchandise goods covered under free trade agreements, and that will necessitate a change in the tariff structure in the customs law.
Right, Mr. Bhutani, and it's interesting, as India, the trajectory we've had, the mother of all deals which were signed just a few days ago, and that has also restarted this conversation where the trajectory, as we can see, is just going up. But having said that, and having the headwinds and the the turmoil around tariffs and now the FTAs, how do you think that this budget is going to compare to the budget last time? And also, what are the key signals that we should be looking out for? Is this going to be a structural change, or can we expect some continuity in approach?
Well, if your reference is only changes attributable to FTA, there could be many. And I'm just guessing it now. There could be changes to the FDI regime in certain sectors. It's one thing to say that FDI is open for all forms of investments virtually, because she opened up insurance also last year. But there are certain forms of FDI that are still stuck. For example, multi-brand retailing. FDI coming in from countries that India has border states with, press note 3, because China now needs approval for FDI into India. So those forms of bottlenecks, you could see reforms in order for us to signal as a country that it's not just about FTA, but it's about FDI reforms as well. Second, you could see continuation of other forms of economic laws reform. So we saw the labor code. What is widely anticipated is major changes in the insolvency regulation as well. That's another reform that's going to appeal to a wider set of investors, but investors particularly coming from countries with which India has an FTA. And third would be the tax reforms that I spoke about. So when you mention the universe of reforms in the context of FTA, it could mean different things to different people.
Also, Mr. Bhutani, how difficult do you think it's going to be to devise a budget which promotes equity in terms of growth, given the disparity, or I would say the difference between different states and where they stand economically?
Well, there have been many initiatives. One important initiative was by the DPIIT many years back, where they said that they will rank states based on the ease of doing business and ease of living index. That's one part of it, which is a Ministry of Industry and Commerce initiative. Interestingly, there is some very important mention about states' competitiveness even in the economic survey. So though the economic survey, the fine print does reveal the state deficit, I think that there would be a mechanism to work out incentivizing states which are able to attract a lot of investments, incentivizing states that are able to attract more employability. All of these measures are being thought about, discussed, but I would see a fairly formal, structured approach being put in place to incentivize states. This will result in two things. One, it will result in government trying to figure out, is there any need to give more fiscal incentives to states for growth? Could be because of location, could be because of economic stability of the state by way of tax incentives. Second could also be channelizing your resources to states that require that kind of funding for growth. And this will ensure a more equitable growth across the country. But otherwise, your favorite states for investment, particularly from an FDI perspective, are going to be Karnataka, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Haryana.
Right, Mr. Bhutani, you mentioned the economic survey, and this time the takeaway is perhaps that what we need is resilience instead of exuberance, especially at the current political climate that we're in. And having said that, what are the sectors do you think are more in need for resilience at this point, and what are the sectors in which we can see more investment going forward? We know AI is definitely the hot topic, but apart from that, what do you think are going to be the major focuses about?
It's interesting you mentioned the word resilience. I would like, and the context to resilience, when policymakers talk about it, is all about, has India been able to withstand all the supply chain challenges, all the pressures that has come on the Indian businesses as a result of the tariffs? So that's your resilience. So I think we have gone beyond the resilience. Now the question is resilience with a long-term growth. And the long-term growth vision has already been laid out. The Viksit Bharat 2047 growth, which is India be a developed economy. So we need to sit and measure ourselves at every annual budget and every 5-year program, whether we are on that path of 2047 or not.
Keeping that path of 2047 in mind, sir, I wanted to understand when we talk about this union budget, how much of it do you feel is going to address India's larger vision of where it wants to be 100 years from its independence, 2047? And how much of it is going to be addressing tides that exist right now, especially coming in from the US?
Well, I mean, your question is very wide. In my past over 3 years, 3 decades of observing budget, I think it's only in the last 5 years that we've started talking about vision. And I don't think that vision is merely a statement. I think now it is backed up by actionable goals that are being laid out, whether it is on FTA or otherwise. But we as a nation have to do a lot more on regulatory front. When we talk about deep reforms, we actually mean continuing reforms. So if you just look at tax, my favorite subject, which gives me my livelihood, there is a lot to be done. But at the end of the day, it depends whether you see half glass empty or half glass full.
Right, and on that note, you mentioned Viksit Bharat and our goal for 2047, but at the same time, it's also important to question how equitable this acceleration towards that growth is going to be. What do you think? How do we address this, especially in the context of India, where the allocation and the implementation takes on a completely different character when we go to tier 2 or tier 3?
So it's interesting, you again have touched a very important theme on how equitable our growth is. If you look at the total size of the economy, you look at the per capita income, it may appear that it is not an equitable growth. So it's one thing to say that we are the 3rd largest or 4th largest economy in the world, but our per capita income is $2,000, which is 1/5 of what China is. But then that's also an opportunity, because the equitable growth means that this $2,000 gets to $12,000 to $15,000 in the next 10 years and roughly around mid $20,000 by 2047. Because the aspiration for being a Viksit Bharat by 2047 is not about being the 2nd or the 3rd largest economy in the world. It's about having a per capita income which is matched with the per capita income of a developed economy. And now if you look at the growth trajectory of the 70s and the 80s, whether in ASEAN or in Latin America, most nations, barring nations like Singapore and oil-rich nations like Qatar and other nations, have got stuck into what is called a middle income gap. The middle income gap is between $8,000 to $12,000 per annum. So we have a long way to go for Viksit Bharat. First, we have to move from a per capita low income country into the mid income and then to the high income category. So it's a long way path.
Mr. Bhutani, when we talk about ASEAN, and just let me, I'm kind of routing it through that now. Our FTAs, they've mostly been with the West till now. Do you think it would be wise for India to be also looking towards the East, or is the ambition of boosting domestic manufacturing keeping us from looking more towards the East, which are also hubs for production?
No, it's not correct to say that our outlook has been on FTAs with the West, because before we signed UK and Canada and EU last week, we have a FTA with New Zealand, we have an FTA with Japan, we have an FTA with ASEAN, and we have a comprehensive economic agreement with Singapore, which is of course due for renewal. So I think the only major bloc with whom we don't have a FTA is China. And, I think that would be the next big thing for India. It's going to be, a challenge to be able to sign an FTA with China, because both nations have competing objectives.
And there are opposing views on that too, if you can address it.
There are, because India is aspiring to be a manufacturing hub. China is already established. But India is equally a giant on the services side. And India has advantage of demographic dividend, English language. established judicial system. So I don't know whether the dream of having an FTA with China will be fulfilled or not, but that could be the big thing. I think India has a fairly balanced look east approach from an economic standpoint. Japan is one of the largest strategic partners for India. I anticipate that you would see increased dosage of FDI coming in from Japan. Technology transfers will happen more and more. And the whole philosophy of China plus one is going to augur well for India in the long run. So I think India is doing a fairly balanced economic, diplomatic job of making sure that its economy stays resilient to the point that that your colleague made a while ago.
Mr. Bhutani, also economically speaking, I would like you to touch upon India's evolving role in the changing economic world order, and also this multipolar world order towards which we're inclining now. And given with everything that's happened in the last few months and also the last 12 months, the economic realities, would you say they've changed drastically, which need to be addressed at this particular juncture, or the continuity would suffice for now?
Economic realities have changed drastically. I was in one of the groupings where a chairman of a blue-blooded consulting firm mentioned that what we are seeing now is something that even for strategic consulting firms like us, it's difficult to advise our clients what next. This is very different than the tectonic changes, economic changes the world saw in the 2008 financial crisis or in the COVID crisis of 2020. And the challenge is you don't know what's going to come next. Hopefully, I mean, this is going to make us far more resilient as a world economy. And it is certainly going to make sure that it is going to make us as a nation far more resilient. I mean, if numbers speak for itself, what we predicted as 6.5% growth and now we are in 7% is itself an answer. But it's not going to be a year-on-year growth trajectory. It's going to be a medium to long-term growth strategy. And the World Bank and IMF coming out with 7+% growth rate for 26 and 27 for India, I think augurs very well. So it's a combination of many factors. Political stability, continuity of policies, getting into deeper reforms, structural as well as market reforms are very critical.
Mr. Bhutani, stay with us. Of course, you're right here with us in the studios. We'll just cut across to some reactions.
Well, reactions have been coming in from the upcoming budget session, and this is what you need to keep an eye out for. Take a look.
It will be a historic budget. The PM's Reform Express will move forward speedily towards Viksit Bharat. India budget is seen by the world now to know what will happen.
The Union Ministry will present the budget today. The budget should present the vision of the government. But for the past few years, we have seen that the budget is detached from the ground reality.
And for more on this, we're being joined live by Mr. Madan Sabnavis. He's a chief economist at Bank of Baroda. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabnavis, from what we understand, there is limited headspace when it comes to major reforms in terms of the tax cut that we can expect. What do you think the middle class can expect from this budget? What's your take on it?
See, I agree that a lot of reforms on the taxation side, both direct taxes, that is through income tax, as well as GST, were implemented last year. And we will have to wait for time for the full effect to take place. We already saw something happening in Q3, and we'll also see that happening in the first quarter of this calendar year, and will probably carry on. So I think there's limited space in terms of income tax cuts, which we will be looking for. But however, I think on the savings side, I think an issue which has come up of late has been that bank deposits are something which have been affected on account of funds moving to the capital markets. And I think one of the demands which we as bankers have had is to give some kind of tax concessions to interest which is earned on deposits, because deposits play a very critical role even from the point of view of the government. Besides supporting the government borrowing program, there's a lot of lending which is done to critical sectors which we call priority sector. So I think this is something which probably the middle class can be looking forward to, because a large amount of our savings do go into bank deposits, and currently it's taxed at our income tax slab rate. So that is what we can be expecting. And the other thing is, in terms of expenditures, I think the government will be looking at certain specific sectors which have gotten come under pressure on account of the external environment, on account of tariffs, that is basically the MSME space, and exporters. So I think this is where I think there could be a bit of reallocation of expenditures towards these particular sectors. And that is how I would be looking at the budget in terms of content, in terms of policies, in terms of reforms. And the last issue, of course, will be that something which the government has also been speaking of, rare earths. How do we actually invest more there? So there could be some kind of an impetus given by the government in terms of allocations for this particular segment, because that is something which is going to affect our future trade prospects too.
Mr. Sabnawis, pardon me. I wanted to understand, when it comes to PSU banks, they would perhaps be looking at, they would be viewing the budget very closely. There is a lot of chatter of the government in proposing the banking governance bill to make PSU banks more competitive and perhaps raising the FDI limit from the current 20%. Do you foresee anything in that respect?
No, I think if the government is taking a decision on this particular issue, I think we could be expecting some kind of announcements in terms of the FDI limits. So I think the public sector banks would definitely be looking forward to what the budget would have to offer on this particular front, because, as you mentioned, there's been quite a bit of talk about more FDI coming in. In fact, the chief economic advisor in the economic survey had also spoken more of the central public sector enterprises, saying that the limit of the government should be probably reduced so that you're able to make them more competitive. So this will be, of course, a kind of an issue which we would be looking closely.
Right, Mr. Sabnawis, and the trade tech sector seems to be spending more to promote growth, and we also see we're seeking this double engine of consumption and investment. How do you think the budget is going to address these concerns going forward?
So as I mentioned earlier, there could be limited scope as far as consumption is concerned, because I think cutting tax rates further is, of course, possible, but it will have to be more at the higher income levels rather than at the lower income levels, because today, the way in which it has been structured, up to 12 lakhs, you could probably not be paying any tax. So that is actually at people at the lower echelon. So if you're talking of higher levels, yes, there is scope, but that's a tough call which the government will have to take. Now, in terms of investment, I think the government's capital expenditure, the capex, which was around 11 lakh crores projected last year, we could probably be looking at 5 to 10% increase, being targeted more towards defense, roads, and railways, because it is always felt that when the private sector investment is not really up to it, the central government has something which has been kept this engine running. And we do expect a crowding in of private expenditure. Now, the question which is often asked is that has this crowding in not taken place in the past? Why should it happen now? I think the answer here is that we've already seen private sector investment pick up, especially in the capital goods segment. So I think anything related to infrastructure, we have seen fresh investment announcements being made by companies. It's been more on the consumer goods side. And here we believe that the tax benefits which were given last year, both GST as well as the income tax benefits, is something which has already started spurring consumption. And as capacity utilization rates improve, we could be seeing fresh investment coming even on the consumer goods side. So to that extent, in 26-27, we could be expecting private sector investment to improve gradually, but probably in a more broad-based manner.
You mentioned income tax benefits. Mr. Sabnawis, stay with me. Let me cut across to Mr. Bhutani, who's here with us in the studio. Tax is very much your subject, sir. Anything that you'd like to add to what Mr. Sabnawis meant?
No, so I think I largely agree with what Madan mentioned about that you already have seen an uptick in demand because of the dual income tax concessions and the GST concession. I think the focus in this year's budget is likely to be deeper administrative reforms and addressing the cobwebs which are there in the 2025 Act rather than any major changes. Having said that, I also anticipate that there are certain sectors which from a allocation standpoint are going to receive more attention. Data center and artificial intelligence, we saw how the IT minister defended India's position in the recent Davos event, I see that the data center and artificial intelligence led initiatives could see some funding from the government. Similarly, the private players, the large Indian players, as well as the multinational players, are expecting clarity on some of the vexed issues in the Income Tax Act. For example, taxation of non-residents who are dealing with data centers, the arm's length consideration that should be earned by the data center in India in a related party situation. So there are many aspects which are on the wish list of the industry, and I anticipate that the government will be clarifying that as a part of the amendments that it will move to the Finance Bill 2026.
Right, Mr. Bhutani, and you mentioned how some sectors are going to be getting increased allocation, and AI, data infrastructure, and also electric vehicles. And of course, these will be the dominant headliners. But we also have with us Mr. Sabnavis. I would also like to get your take on which sectors do you think are going to see a targeted focus in this budget?
So against the background of the tariff issue which we have had and the sectors which have been affected, I would be expecting ready-made garments, chemicals, leather products, gems and jewelry, auto components. I think these are the sectors which have been affected on account of the higher tariffs which have been imposed by the US. And this is where I think the government could actually step in and provide support by providing some kind of a PLI like scheme, though instead of a productivity linked, it will be export linked kind of a scheme, incentive scheme, where based on the past performance of these units in these particular segments, there could be a kind of a subsidy given by the government so that they would be able to survive and probably compete in the international market. So it will be primarily in these particular areas. And that's what Mukesh has been talking about. Yes, I think when you're talking of AI, if you're talking of data centers, I think that is something which the government has been talking of. And we've also had special concentration in the economic survey on these particular segments. So I think that would be another thing which would be to focus as far as the government is concerned. That's I'm talking beyond agriculture, but agriculture would continue to be one of the prime focus areas of the budget.
And just taking that a little forward, Mr. Sabnavis, boosting domestic manufacturing to essentially reduce import dependency in strategic areas, what Diksha also mentioned. The key specific points there on looking at it more, with a holistic view. To boost domestic manufacturing, how much of a thrust do you see or foresee in this upcoming budget on this specific area?
See, for boosting manufacturing, I do not expect anything on the corporate tax rate as such. So that is what we're looking at in terms of lowering corporate tax so that you're able to invest more. I think that was done in 2019, but we haven't really seen that take off in a big way in terms of the overall investment rate in the country, which appears to be fairly concentrated in this region of around 29 to 30%. We're not really going beyond that. So it'll have to be specifically targeted towards specific sectors which are high on the priority of the government. Now, of course, if we're saying which are the sectors, I think if we look beyond the infrastructure-based industries, which get a direct thrust on account of the government's capital expenditure program, they would be essentially the ones which I had spoken of earlier. That is, one would be in those which have been affected by tariffs, as well as the new emerging sectors, like the ones in the IT space, when you're talking of things like data centers, rare earths. I think these are the things which the government would be looking at. But again, we should just remember that the total amount of allocation for these particular segments cannot really expect to be that large. It's going to be a minimal kind of thing. There could be something like 5,000, 10,000 crores, which have been set when you sum up all these sectors. So it cannot be a big bang kind of thing of, say, 50,000, 60,000 crores, which we had, say, for example, the PM Kisan scheme, which was launched several years back. It's not going to be of that type. It'll be specifically targeting the sectors, probably more in the MSME space, because we're talking of the medium and larger companies. I think they're the ones who probably have the wherewithal to compete in the international markets as well as domestic markets, because they have the wherewithal for it in terms of their own resources.
Mr. Bhutani,
I just wanted to make one mention of the data center because this kept on coming up repeatedly in the economic survey as well. So there's a very interesting paragraph in the economic survey devoted what they call it as data center, AI and compute. And there are economic reasons for that. So today, if you look at the global concentration of data centers, 70% of data centers are located in developed countries. Besides the cost arbitrage, you also have the arbitrage India offers. So there is focus already in India for that reason. Within the data center, there are constraints on how much the AI compute infrastructure can give in these advanced countries, particularly when it comes to graphics processing. So an agent-based model is something that India is looking at it, by which accessing graphics processing and high density compute infrastructure will be the priority. And there are various kinds of scenario analysis that MeitY, the Ministry of Electronics, has done. Alongside the data center, which consumes a lot of energy, there is opportunity for Energy India to enhance its energy generation. There are all kinds of figures being talked about that if these data centers become reality in India, what kind of additional capacity will have. And all of this new energy is going to go into the non-conventional forms of energy, not your traditional gas-based or coal-based. So I think AI infrastructure as a strategic national capability has been identified in the survey very clearly, including mention of capacities as to how much would this result into. So I see a strategic focus on this segment wherein you could actually have government ensuring that there is some form of a loose public-private partnership as well. So watch out for developments in this area in the budget statement.
Right, that's very interesting, Mr. Bhutani. And you very rightly pointed out how important this economic survey also was in highlighting what all the government has achieved in the past year. A report card of sorts, but also the blueprint for the year ahead. And this is going to determine how India earns, spends, but also prioritizes in the coming year. I want to go back to Mr. Sabnavis here, and I want to understand that how 2025 was a rather disruptive year. Do you think that 2026 union budget is going to build on that momentum, or can we see some course correction here? What's your take?
No, in fact, we did believe when the tariff issue came up that overall growth in the economy will be retarded to a certain extent. We all had our calculations. I think all economists had their own views on how the economy would be affected. But if we actually look back over what's happened over the last 9 months, I think the economy has done creditably. And today, when we're all confidently talking of growth of around 7.4% for 25-26, which is going to be followed by a growth rate above 7% even in 26-27. It just shows the resilience of the economy, the way in which even our exporters have probably adapted to the new environment. Because even when we look at item-wise how our exports have really behaved in the first 9 months of the year, it's fairly positive. There was a bit of front loading, of course, which took place, but we've also seen that they've been looking at new markets. There has been a bit of rerouting which has taken place. So as a stopgap measure, I think these things have worked fairly well, which gives us confidence that with the new trade agreements which we have signed with the European Union, Britain some time back, I think these are things which would actually work in the next couple of years. And the kind of a competitive advantage which we wanted to have when it comes to dealing with other countries is something which can be restored and something which we can really build on. And don't forget the fact, something which also the economic survey has highlighted, that India being a domestic-oriented economy has its core strengths within the economy. And this is where I think the budget has also provided like incentives last year for consumption, which will probably be followed by something on the investment front, the government spending on capital expenditure. So I think all these building blocks which have been worked on by the government in the past are something which we will see fructifying in a greater manner in the years to come, especially also in 26-27, which will actually make us confident that we are in the takeoff stage of 7% growth. That's what even the economic survey is talking of, a medium-term potential being 7% rather than 6.5%, which was highlighted last year in the survey.
Right, Mr. Sabnavis, sitting in an all-male panel, I'm also curious to know what can women expect from Union Budget 2026. We've seen a sharp uptake in women-led, small women-led MSMEs, and we've also seen the kind of challenges which are still persistent, be it in terms of credit or market access. How do you think the budget is going to address that, and what should the women of India be looking out for today?
See, typically, if you're looking at the union budget, we don't have women-specific programs which are announced. It should be seen at a broader level of saying that when we are really talking in terms of anything to do with MSMEs, we should realize that we have a very good number of MSMEs which are actually being driven by women entrepreneurship. So this is where we could be seeing the incentives or the whatever benefits are being provided by the government going towards this particular segment. But typically, if you're looking at things like what various state governments have been announcing time and again about passing cash transfers for women, that's not something which the center normally gets into. So we'll have to look at more in terms of the indirect way, broader way in which the government is targeting certain segments, especially the MSMEs, which will have the trickle-down effect even to women.
Thanks so much, Mr. Sabnavis, for joining us here on the broadcast. Just very quickly before we wrap up, a quick update for all our viewers. The Union Cabinet has approved the Union Budget 2026-2027. That's the latest we have for you at this hour. We are going to be slipping into a very short break. Again, also a thank you to Mr. Bhutani for joining us here in the studios. You'll be here with us a little later as well. And we will be bringing you all the details as we're minutes away from the Union Budget being spoken out by the Finance Minister. Stay with us.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called Yo1 Wellness Center. The Yo1 Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
On Wings, we cover how snowfall is celebrated with song and dance at a winter carnival in Manali. We visit the Global Buddhist Summit in New Delhi and feature the Pangsao Pass International Festival in Arunachal Pradesh. Also, carnivals, parades and festivals worldwide. Only on WION, World is One.
And welcome to a brand new edition of South India, a daily dynamic show that will capture the pulse of southern states.
By blending the special stories, the breaking alerts, and the culture developments as well. From the 7 News.
Technology doesn't always move in a straight line. Sometimes the future comes early and flies twice at the speed of sound. High fidelity just can't match the beauty and melody of analog sound. And for all our advancements in technology, the greatest enigmas of nature still remain enduring mysteries. Catch all these stories and more on Tech It Out, only on WION at these times.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. You're watching Beyond World is One. My name is Diksha Bisla, and this is our continuous and comprehensive coverage of the Union Budget 2026, which is going to decide how India earns, spends, and prioritizes in the fiscal year 2026 to 27. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is set to present her 9th straight budget in a short while from now. Growth above 7%. Reforms, manufacturing-led exports and infrastructure take centre stage at markets open for a special Sunday trading session. Gold falls below $4,900 and silver plunged under $80 before making a slight recovery. Both metals remain under sharp pressure amid volatile commodity markets, driven by a stronger US dollar and developments in Federal Reserve leadership. Well, in a short while from now, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is going to present her 9th consecutive union budget. Now, this is also a rare day as the budget is being presented on a Sunday, which has only happened once in its history. And today, as we know, all markets also remain open, which is also rare. The 9th consecutive budget is what everybody is eyeing right now, as it's going to set the tone for how India is going to earn, how it's going to spend, and how it's going to prioritize in the upcoming year.
Item number one. Item number one.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table a copy each of the following papers, Hindi and English versions, under Article 281 of the Constitution, Report for 2026 to 2031, Volume 1, Main Report of the 16th Finance Commission. 2. Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our Kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first Kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025, with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research, and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test, and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, One District, One Product ODOP initiative and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a 3-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform-cum-result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10% with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology, and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF-aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges and research institutions, skill centers and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, 1 girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka, and Kerala. And 3 bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakhi Gadi, Adichanallu, Sarnath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1. Increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B. Empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C. Empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D. Focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A credit-linked subsidy program, B, scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises, C, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy and poultry, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy and poultry focused integrated value chains, and D, encourage creation of livestock farmer producer organizations. High value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya, I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity, and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. Simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions, are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offense. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offenses will attract fine only. Prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offense. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, IND AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap, and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear, and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair, or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted, long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant, and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit, or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans, and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
आइटम नंबर 3 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Item number 2, sir. 3. Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 4, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरे स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है। बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Well, the numbers are out. The announcement has been made that India's union budget for 2026 to 27 has been delivered. We've been tracking the budget minute by minute since the early hours this morning, and now the numbers are out. This was a budget which was presented against a complex backdrop, global uncertainty, pressure on the rupee, volatile markets, and a clear gap between strong macro numbers and stress on the household level. So the big question now is, what does this budget actually change for markets, for the economy, and for everyday Indians? Over the next few hours, we're going to break it all down for you. The headline announcements, the fiscal math, who stands to gain and who may have to wait, and how markets are reacting in real time. Meanwhile, let's take a look at some of the key announcements. The fiscal deficit for fiscal year 2026 to 27 is projected at 4.3% of the GDP. Centre's net tax receipts are pegged at 28.7 lakh crore rupees, and the debt to GDP ratio is estimated at 55.6% in 2026 to 27. Other highlights include the capital expenditure, which is proposed at 12.2 lakh crore rupees for the fiscal year 2026 to 27, which is up from 11.11 crore last year. Biopharma Shakti gets outlay of 10,000 crore rupees over the next 5 years. Semiconductor mission gets expansion with ISM 2.0 initiative, and container manufacturing gets 10,000 crore outlays. Now, it's also important to note that Indian stocks have turned volatile. Sensex has reversed the earlier gains. Nifty seesawed between gains and losses, and Indian stocks fall on security transaction tax hike. Indian stocks have slumped over 1%. Markets flag taxes on equity-linked securities for the volatility. The finance minister highlighted three kartavyas of the government which are going to be in focus in the fiscal year 2026 to 27. The first is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing competitiveness and building resilience to volatile dynamics. And to discuss the budget and to understand how it should be characterized, we have with us Mr. Mukesh Bhutani, and we're going to go straight to him to decode what this budget really means for you.
Well, the budget has many interesting features. I think firstly, though the speech was for much over an hour, I think
almost 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Correct. She rushed through it. The speed was much more faster than the speed we have been used to in the last few years that she presented the budget. Personally, for me, part B, which as we had anticipated in the morning, will take more effort than part A, was interesting because many of the changes in the Finance Act, both from the point of view of amendment to the Income Tax Act, to the customs regulations, were very, very important. I think the highlight of the part A was, please everyone. So there was something for everyone. Perhaps the market did not cheer because the market was expecting something more for certain categories. Anyway, let's look at the fine print and then decide. But let me just explain to you the highlight of part B, which was very significant. I think from an income tax standpoint, there was significant rationalization, significant changes. Decriminalization of offenses was very much on the agenda. We had a Niti Aayog paper talking about how these offenses should be decriminalized. In fact, she's come out with something very, very innovative. For example, there could be an offense which is criminalized, but the courts have been given a power to convert that into penalty. So there are some offenses that have moved away from criminalization to decriminalization. Certain offenses converted into a fine, like SEBI imposes. Certain offenses where the courts can convert it into a fine. I think this is a major relaxation. If you look at customs, one of the bigger challenges was what she said, the trust-based clearance system. Many changes, even for individuals who are importing critical medicines or any plant, anything that you're importing, virtually automatic clearances. So I see significant administrative reforms. I think her entire part B was laced with real understanding of the minister by the challenges faced by small businesses, individuals, including when you come back, return into India, the scheme for clearances, it is opaque right now. People are worried about being charged penalties. So I think she's gone ahead and even addressed some of those issues as well. So I think a lot on part B, very pro individual taxpayer, small and medium enterprise taxpayer. And I think the real big one, as we were discussing in the morning, was a 2047, up to 2047, a tax exemption for foreign enterprises doing business with data centers, and of course the safe harbor limit of 15%. So you have now certainty for data centers in India on how much profits on which they have to pay tax, and then you have certainty for the non-residents dealing with data centers. I think very, very reformative, at least from a tax viewpoint, which was part B of her budget.
Right. So, Mr. Bhutani, you have characterized the budget as reformative, and the other keyword which stood out to me was certainty. Because in the current climate that we're at, it's laced with geopolitical turmoil and uncertainty, which has been infected and has been affecting all the sectors. And you also mentioned the AI data center investment in infra, in EV, in tech. Do you think that the minister was adequately able to address all of these concerns and has delivered on her promises?
Well, I think if I look at the expectations from large chambers of commerce, the CII and the FICCIs and the ASSOCHAMs, and some of us as experts, have been pursuing our advocacy initiatives with Not Block or Kartavya Bhavan, as we should call it now, it's been fairly significant. I think that there is a lot more in the fine print that would be visible. I mean, safe harbor provisions, expanding the limit from 300 crores to 2,000 crores, prescribing a limit of 15.5% for IT-enabled services, 5 years automatically making bilateral AP available. I think these are pretty significant announcements, and really to me it sounds that the voice of the taxpayer is being heard over here.
And which is important. And as I peep into your notes, Mr. Bhutani, very comprehensive notes here. Now, what do you think, which is the sector which would have stayed underwhelmed given the latest developments in the budget allocation? Where do you think, which sector is still reeling and still will wait to see any significant development?
Well, I think that we need to look at the customs tariff to be able to understand implications, if any, that have not worked out in the manner in which the industry expected. But to me, it seems that there is capital goods import for a whole lot of industries, including nuclear energy. There is benefit for civil and defense raw material. Basic customs duty has gone away. Electronics has received priority. Drugs, rare diseases, and food for special medical need for individual consumers are also on the list. But to me, besides the sector, I think it signals it is suggestive of a very important signal. One, that the voice is being heard. Two, there are certain sectors that are going to get priority. I mean, for example, if you look at the impact of, say, India-US trade, there is clearly sectors such as leather, synthetic garments, footwear. These are on the priority.
Absolutely, very attractive sectors.
Yeah, so these sectors are very important. I also feel that the reforms, from an overarching perspective, have addressed the need for scaling large manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sector, as she calls it, which is biopharma, Shakti, 3 national institutes being set up, clinical trial sites. Second is the legacy sectors, those revival of 200 industrial parks. The long-term security is on the top of her agenda, and diversification of economic sectors. So I don't think that you can attribute these changes to a particular sector. One needs to see, as the market gets into any in-depth analysis, which are the sectors that have been left out, because the markets always factor these changes when the stocks are being priced, and then decide. But to me, pharma has received the attention. Manufacturing in general has received attention. In fact, surprisingly, there was very limited mention of some of the social schemes.
Right.
And your favorite women, 2 schemes were announced that you were discussing
schemes, I must say so,
in the morning as well. So I don't know. I mean, I think we need to try and assess which are the sectors that have not received attention. Tourism received attention. Medical tourism, tourism for religious purposes, with focus on tier 2, tier 3 cities. She called it as temple cities, mapping the cities' economic regions, municipal bonds, wherein the central government will kind of incentivize. She said, I think about 100 crores up to the municipal bonds issue of 1,000 crores, so that municipalities all over the country become independent and fulfill their agenda, what municipalities are meant to do, rather than eating into the coffers of the state finances or the central finances. So I think there's fair bit for everyone. I think it's really a very, very heavily laced budget with many changes.
Absolutely. It's a very heavy and also very dense. So much is packed in the 1 hour and 30 minutes she was there. Now, I would also really appreciate if you could help us decode the numbers, because there's a lot of jargon around budget and we want to simplify it for our viewers as much as we can. So the fiscal deficit for 2026 to 27 is projected at 4.3 of the GDP. And the centre's net tax receipts are pegged at 28.7 lakh crores. And lastly, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated at 55.6 in 2026-27. Now, how do we look at these metrics and what are the implications for, your everyday citizens?
Well, from a macroeconomics perspective, I think you summarized the numbers well. But to me, the qualitative part of analysis is as follows. One, a very strict regime on achieving the fiscal deficit target. Interestingly, she set out this target when our fiscal deficit was 9% in the year immediately after COVID. So bear in mind that she is not setting up a annual fiscal deficit target. She set out a target 5 years back, and she emphatically made a statement that I have achieved, I have arrived. So I think that's number one. Second is the debt consolidation. I think achieving the debt consolidation that she has achieved and not compromising on the capex is incredible achievement. I'll tell you the reason why. Because it's very easy for a finance minister to juggle around with the numbers, cut the expenditure, make the states starve of the allocations by the center and achieve a fiscal deficit target. Because at the end of the day, this is all cash accounting. And successive finance ministers in the past have been knowing to do that, not loosen the purse strings towards the fourth quarter. She's not done that. In fact, she's expanded the capex target. So I think this is one incredible. Second, I think she's maintained her total budgeted expenditure, taking into consideration net tax increase, and we need to just figure out the 28.7 crores that she's projecting as budget estimates for 26-27 are predicated on what kind of growth over 25-26. But bear in mind, 25-26 figures are not available and won't be available up until March 31. She has curtailed the net market borrowing. So overall, I think to me, at the center of everything sounds her fiscal discipline to be able to achieve the target of fiscal deficit. I think above all, she mentioned about the 16th Finance Commission recommendations where she is maintaining the devolution of 41% towards the state insofar as the share of central revenues is concerned. So I think incredible achievement, at least the figures and her speech suggested. We still need to look, or as we call it, read between the lines to see how much of it stacks up with her speech.
And Mr. Bhutani, in line with the conversation we're having now, do you think this is rather a job-generating budget now? Because we've seen a lot of announcements around construction of various kinds of hubs, be it tourism, your health, there's biopharma, textiles, and various growth corridors that have been announced. Do you think it is pegged at increasing, the job opportunities in the country?
When you look at employability as a economic imperative, there is no one-size-fits-all or a magic wand you can swing to take up your employment. Employability is an outcome of many factors. First and foremost, investment, domestic investment. The concern for the last several years has been, is India Inc. putting in sufficient capex? Because until and unless you put the capex, the employability is not going to show any change. I think given where we stand on, existing capacity of capex, you should expect a slow uptake on private capex. As that happens, employability gets addressed. Second, foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment is a catalyst for employment as well. Third, technology-based investment. Fourth, growth in the services segment, because services has become a major employment opportunity now for many, many people. So I think the budget proposals, as you read in terms of maintaining the momentum on reforms, the resilience with which India has responded to the global supply chain shocks, and also the vision that she's sticking to, in my view, should act as a multiplier effect for more investment and hence more employment. So I don't think that there is employability aspect for a sector, but for multiple sectors. Let's take a case of tourism, whether it's medical tourism or tourism for religious purposes. She calls it temple tourism. Or let's look at sectors like leather, textile, chemicals.
Right. So, and just to clarify, when she mentioned tier 2 and tier 3 cities and temple cities, was it a reference to the two, or is it a separate category we're talking about here?
I think she was referring to tier 2, tier 3 in the context of temple cities, but if you look at medical tourism, it can, it's primarily at this point in time, people will come for medical tourism only in tier 1 cities. So I think she mixed up the sector of religious temple and the tourism aspect. But I think when she mentioned tier 2, tier 3, she mentioned out the cities as well. It was largely for temple tourism purposes.
Okay. And so, like staying on the same debate, we have a lot of conversations going around about how AI is developing and how artificial intelligence is coming for your jobs, and especially not labor intensive, but especially the starting range when you say talking about a lot of, be it tech, be it your corporates. Now, with this budget's announcement, do you think it was also a way of reassuring the masses that your jobs are not going anywhere? In fact, the government is working to rebuild, or let's say re-inject some momentum into the employment landscape. Could that be one of the...
No doubt about it. I think we referred to many sectors, including tourism. One of the other sectors that we missed out on was the passenger car system. So 7 high-speed rail corridors she'd mentioned. Now we need to bear in mind that this core infrastructure is a great enabler for employability. So this I clearly see as addressing the need of building infrastructure as well as generating employment. The second aspect on foreign investment avenues I mentioned is that currently individuals which are of Indian origin are allowed to invest in equity instruments of listed companies up to 5%. That limit has been taken up to 10%. So there is a move to be able to attract foreign direct investment from these class of investors. So historically, non-investments by NRIs, persons of Indian origin, were treated favorably, but now she's gone ahead and liberalized that even further, expecting that the green bucks will come from these class of investors as well.
All right, and so just circling back to the FDIs that we mentioned, which was also a major focus in the build-up, that with the rupee falling and the geopolitical uncertainty, it's pertinent that India has more foreign investment flowing in. Now, do you think this budget has adequately addressed it and has opened up venues for the foreign investors to rather make a U-turn and also like have new momentum coming in India?
I don't know that. So let's take a case of the weakening of the rupee. It depends who you ask that question, right? I mean, if you ask that question to an exporter, he's very happy for the rupee to be devalued because he gets more money. If you look at it from a foreign portfolio investor standpoint and the rush of capital that has gone out in the last 1 year, maybe that is causing the downfall. So I think that we need to separate the weakening of the rupee from building a long-term sustainable FDI environment. We certainly need more capital. And we need more capital not just from institutional investors who are not permanent investors, but also FDI in greenfield projects, in brownfield projects. Now these decisions for what I call it as a permanent or semi-permanent capital which come through private equity, greenfield project, brownfield project, they come if they see a long-term vision and sustained reforms. Whether this budget is an indicator or not, that we will have to wait and see. But I think that these forms of investors look at medium to long-term view. Are structural reforms issues being addressed? For example, insolvency code or labor code. These are all long-term legislative reforms. Foreign direct investors are typically looking at those forms of reforms.
Right, and Mr. Bhutani, and while we're hoping to wait and see how the situation evolves, the markets have already started reacting. The sell-off in Indian stocks have intensified. Sensex and Nifty have crashed over 1.5%. And Nifty is below the symbolic level of 25,000 points as we speak. Now, how long before the markets absorb the shock and settle down, according to you?
I must confess that I'm not a market expert, so I would not be in a position to give an opinion. Perhaps the market is reacting. Perhaps we need to see the fine print. There could be reasons. I'm not dismissive of the why the market is reacting the way it is reacting. Right. But I think we need to look at it. Maybe it has got to do with some expectations gap that the market was expecting and how the budget has turned out to be.
Noted, sir. And Finance Minister Sitharaman, she introduced this threefold approach which requires a supportive ecosystem, and it includes sustaining the momentum of structural reforms, as we were just discussing, robust and resilient financial sector, and cutting-edge technologies. Do you think the budget adequately goes over all of these concerns, and is it conducive to reaching where the Finance Minister is?
Many of these aspects have been addressed. Now, let's take your point on financial sector. The financial sector reforms are always accompanied with legislative changes. Right. Either it's a change to the Banking Regulation Act or the RBI Act or the NBFC regulations or anything of that sort. We need to look whether alongside the finance bill there have been legislative amendments that have been proposed for any of these statutes, number one. Number two, I did hear a mention of REITs and InvITs investment. That appealed to me, but I couldn't really get to the details. What does that mean by way of reform? Because this is, again, a very important part of the financial sector reforms.
I would also like to pick your brain on the announcement on foreign asset disclosures and the immunity chance. How do you see that playing out in the future?
This announcement that was made for foreign asset disclosure appeals to a very specified class of Indians who have come back. As I noted, she said that this applies to students, technology professionals. It's a 6-month window that has been given for declaration of foreign income as well as foreign assets. And she talked about 2 classes of disclosure. The first disclosure applies for people who are going to disclose income up to 1 crore of rupees. The second form of disclosure applies for people who are going to disclose assets of 5 crore. Let me tell you why this change has occurred, because there is a background to it. Indian professionals, young professionals, including students, technology professionals, have been very, very mobile. Now, when they come back, they sometimes retain foreign assets abroad, or because of the stay days, they find themselves as resident in India and being compelled to offer the worldwide income, and which they may not have disclosed. Now, under the law, this results in the application of the Black Money Foreign Assets Act. As a result of that, this to me sounded like a amnesty scheme, because she said that this will be applicable for 6 months. So this is like an amnesty scheme where all these classes of people, students, technology professionals who have either for technical reasons not been able to disclose their income or the assets that they acquired overseas, to come forward. But all of these are accompanied with the threshold that I described: 1 crore for income, 5 crore for assets. We need to look at these schemes and see how they pan out. But again, this is another indication that the voice of the citizen and the voice of the taxpayer is being heard.
Which is of absolute importance here, and it's a good thing that it's been heard and also been reflected in the budget that was presented. She also mentioned creating a lucrative, framework for the MSMEs, which was also a major focus, as we have been seeing an uptick in the MSMEs, which have been cropping up across genders, across industries, and across regions. How do you think it's going to be taken care of?
If your question is more in the context of tax proposals, here are some of the important facets of the changes. She said she wants to, one, notify all the rules for the Income Tax Act to be applicable from April 1, 2026. The reason this is important is that the last few days, we as tax professionals have been receiving calls from clients and rumors about deferring the application of the new Income Tax Act, the 2025 Act. That has not proven to be correct because she is categorical that the law will be applicable. She went ahead and said rules will be notified shortly. She used that term. She didn't give a date, but obviously it has to be notified before the 1st of April. So it means that you can expect that in February these rules will be notified. Second, she talked about redesigning of the forms to make it more friendly. And this is where your point on small and medium sector comes up. Alongside that, she's carried out considerable changes and relaxations into the TCS rates from 5 and 20% to 2%. On education and medical, right now, you pay TCS at 5% down to 2%. This is for individuals, not for small and medium enterprises. Supply of manpower, TDS rate down from 2% to 1%. She's talking about a rule-based automated process for withholding tax certificate. This, I think, will benefit a lot. So you don't have to go and queue up before the tax office. You just apply electronically and you should get a certificate.
Absolutely. And we've unpacked so much today, and there's still so much out there which needs to be read more carefully and, of course, broken down and simplified for our viewers who have been with us as we continue to track and understand what this budget means for you. We have with us Mr. Bhutani, who has been an absolute pleasure to have with us. And thank you so much for being so articulate and giving us all the breakdown. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back on the other side with more updates on the Union Budget 2026. Stay tuned. You're watching WION World is One.
Our government, led by Honorable Prime
Technology doesn't always move in a straight line. Sometimes the future comes early and flies twice at the speed of sound. High fidelity just can't match the beauty and melody of analog sound. And for all our advancements in technology, the greatest enigmas of nature still remain enduring mysteries. Catch all these stories and more on Tech It Out, only on WION at these times.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
And welcome to a brand new edition of South India, a daily dynamic show that will capture the pulse of southern states.
By blending the special stories, the breaking alerts, and the culture developments as well. From the 7 News.
Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS Centenary Year, Kesariya at 100.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching WION World is One with Deeksha. I'm Shivan. This is our comprehensive coverage of Union Budget 2026 as the Finance Minister has made all the announcements now to decode it, to bring it to you without the jargon. That's what our endeavor is. As of now, let's start with the headlines first and then get into the details of the Union Budget.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presents her record 9th budget in the Indian Parliament, announces transformative reforms across 6 domains, including taxation and urban development, among others.
The fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP.
Presenting the Union Budget, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman pegs fiscal deficit at 4.3% of the GDP for the year 2026-27, as against 4.4% being targeted 2025-26.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces higher capital expenditure allocation, says it is aimed at continuing the momentum in infrastructure development and supporting economic growth.
The mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors.
Finance Minister announces dedicated corridors for rare earth minerals in states of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. Big step towards reducing India's dependence on China.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces the launch of India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 with a 40,000 crore outlay, aiming to boost the country's semiconductor ecosystem.
Indian stock benchmarks fell sharply after the finance minister hiked securities transaction tax. The Sensex index was down nearly 1% and the broader Nifty index slumped over 1%.
Iran declares European countries' armies as terrorist crew following the EU's decision to apply the same designation to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Two killed in overnight Russian strike in central Ukrainian region of Dnipro as US envoy Steve Witkoff holds talks on the effort to end the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. The Indian Finance Minister presented her 9th Union Budget outlining a growth strategy anchored around what she called 3 kartavyas or duties.
And these kartavyas include accelerating economic growth, fulfilling people's aspirations, and ensuring access to resources and opportunities for all. Listen to this.
To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by 3 kartavya. Our first kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation.
The government underlined that India's economic trajectory over the past 12 years has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth and moderate inflation. Public capital expenditure for financial year 2026-27 has been raised to 12.2 lakh crores, reinforcing infrastructure as the central growth driver.
The finance minister acknowledged global trade uncertainty, supply chain disruptions, and rising demand for critical minerals, while also reiterating India's commitment to remain integrated with global markets, boost exports, and attract long-term capital, all while keeping self-reliance as a core policy principle.
The budget lays out a 6-point intervention strategy with a strong push to scale up manufacturing across 7 strategic and frontier sectors. A major announcement is Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crore rupees, that's over $1 billion over 5 years, aimed at building India as a global hub for biologics and biosimilars.
Legacy industries get renewed attention through a dedicated growth fund to create champion MSMEs, while MSMEs also receive enhanced liquidity support of 2,000 crore rupees or $208 million.
Semiconductor manufacturing sees a major boost with the outlay raised to rupees 40,000 crores and the launch of India Semiconductor Mission ISM 2.0.
Infrastructure remains central, with 7 high-speed rail corridors announced across key economic routes. A new Dankuni-Surat dedicated freight corridor and a ship repair ecosystem for inland waterways.
Mineral-rich states, including Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, they will get dedicated rare earth corridors to strengthen supply chain security.
Now, the second kartavya, or the second duty of building people's capacity, features prominently. This is with the government stating that 250 million Indians have exited multidimensional poverty, which is significant.
The services sector is identified as a key aspiration driver for the youth, supported by proposals for 5 regional medical tourism hubs with public private participation. The budget also focuses on cultural and creative industries with content creator labs announced in 15,000 schools and 500 colleges, a new Indian Institute of Creative Technology and a National Institute of Design in Eastern India.
While sports development also gets a structured push through the Khelo India mission and integrated talent pathways. Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities are positioned as the next growth engines, with the city economic regions to be mapped based on local strengths.
The budget also proposes a high-level committee to review the banking sector for India's next growth phase.
So long as there is a strong civil.
Well, the budget has been announced, and now to get you how the people on the ground are reading this, we're joined by our reporters. We have with us our principal correspondent, Disha, who's joining us from Mumbai. Disha, how are the markets reacting? You were outside the BSE, and we see that all stock indices, except for one, have all turned red, and the market has reacted quite violently.
Well, absolutely. Right after the budget, we saw the market crashing, the stocks fell off. And right now, to just elaborate further about how the overall budget was, I have with me few experts from consultants to CA professionals. Let's just speak to them and know from them as to what do they think about the overall budget this year. Thank you so much for speaking to us on our channel here at WION. What do you really feel this year's budget? What are your views on that?
So, obviously the first reaction that the market gave was a thumbs down at the end of the budget because of STT, which was a clear negative. One can't understand. But if as I listened to the FM, I think it was a very pragmatic approach to the global events that have been building up over the last 1 year. So you see what they have done is they have tried to ring fence the Indian economy, create more power, create employment, work for health, work for sanitation, work for infrastructure, work for farmers, work for, if you see medicines and chemical industry, for people like cancer, they have gone in all the way in. To my memory, I have not seen a tax holiday coming in anywhere. They have gone in a very big way in a couple of industries and tried to say that let's try to bring cost advantage back to India on these. As a motherhood statement, if I were to look at what this government is trying to achieve, I think many countries in the world are trying and aspiring for a future. What I see here is India recognizes that it was a global power in the past, and we had tremendous glory in institutions like yoga, Ayurveda, for instance, our cultural heritages like Hastinapur and all. So this government is, by way of a budget mechanism and a policy speech, trying to recreate that past glory, which sounds awesome to me. To a person like me, I think we have a very rich vein of knowledge which has lied untapped over the years. So it's not just the financials there, but it is the rich vein of history and the knowledge that was built in over thousands of years in the Indian tradition, in Ayurveda, in yoga especially. So we are, and the essence to push in some of these new medical sciences, institutes, biopharma, because obviously we've seen what COVID can do, right? It can dismantle a complete country. So if you have your own chemicals and fertilizers and pharma in place, your food security, health security is taken care of. So the government has been very pragmatic, and as a policy they have gone ahead. Fiscal deficit, kudos to the government for having achieved and committed what they committed and brought it down. I think they are indicating even a further drop by 0.1% next year, and the way they are tightly managing the ship, happy. Where my personal disappointments and a lot of my friends who sat here watching the budget collectively were obviously capital gains. I think for far too long this government has ignored the capital market segment, something that they can fix, because end of the day it is the lower middle class to middle class that aspires to challenge the rate of inflation through markets. And what is happening is the inflation is always prevailing on us, the middle class. So if the government could give some support there, we are not asking for a very huge largesse. In the earlier days, dividend was tax-free. It was something, so senior citizens, for example, we are senior citizens as well. But we find it a challenge to meet insurance. Insurance isn't available easily to us, and the charges are astronomically. They go up in parabolic proportions after a certain age, and the set-off is only 50,000, 60,000 for us. It doesn't really help, and we are supporting families, and we have to pay for all of them because it becomes very difficult for us to tell the kids, now you pay for your insurance because daddy is paying it, so you continue. So on the whole, for the entire economy, I think the direction, broad direction is amazing. If they can deliver everything that they have talked about, we are really going to steam ahead in the next 3 years.
Absolutely. So for youth as well, Shivan, if I can just go to one more expert here.
Okay, go ahead, Disha.
And just get his views as well about exactly what they have. For the youth as well, a lot of, because in Mumbai or be it in any part of the country, you see employment opportunities, creation of more jobs always has been the top demand as well for the youth. Do you think that the budget covered very well over here this time?
I think the budget covers very well because the one thing which they have done is that infrastructure expenditure they are going to boost. They are going to make it to 12.2 lakh crore. And infrastructure by per se, if we see, it generate more and more employment, more and more, because it supports many other industries. So from that angle, it will give a big fillip to the industry, the new opportunities for employment. And other thing which they have done is that they are going to support MSME industries in a large way. And then medical tourism, they are going to take it. And then they are going to have that, sea planes and like that. So from that angle, we can see that it will boost a lot of, employment. So as far as the one thing which they have done, which Gen Z and other people will like, they have reduced that, foreign when you travel, that the TDS they have reduced. So that will help a lot. And one thing which I want that people will realize in coming days is that one good scheme they have brought is the amnesty scheme, which I personally feel it may, if translate, suppose people understand it and they feel okay, then it can bring back good, money back from overseas.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll come to you in a bit. So these were the experts' opinions, the first-hand experts who really spoke about how they felt about the budget this year. Of course, there was a larger push in terms of infrastructure, healthcare, even as far as farmers are concerned. So all of this was part of the larger budget deal this time around, and we'll have to see how the year goes by as more and more, of course, developments can be expected out of the budget this year.
Disha, thanks so much for those ground updates, getting us really what people genuinely feel about the announcements that have come out from Delhi. We'll come back to you after some time. Let us now cut across to a different part of the country, Jammu and Kashmir. Idris, you've been waiting. Give us an understanding. We spoke earlier before the budget was announced. You mentioned horticulture, railways networks and tourism are key concerns in the valley. Give us your assessment of how people are reacting now.
Well, Shivan, there is no immediate relief for the two major industries of Jammu and Kashmir, which is the horticulture and the tourism industry. They were expecting that there would be some special schemes that would be given to both these industries, as they are the main contributors towards the GDP of Jammu and Kashmir. And in the last 1 year, they've had major losses. Tourism industry due to the Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor, and horticulture industry, especially the apple growers, due to the closure of the national highway. But there were 5 important points, Shivan, in the budget, which can be the takeaway for the people of Jammu and Kashmir, especially if we talk about the tourist stakeholders. The first being that there will be mountain trains that will be introduced in the areas, in the higher reaches. That is what we had spoken earlier also about, that the people from northern part of Kashmir have been demanding that there should be rail connectivity to those areas which are remote as well and which are mountainous. On the other hand, there will be around 10,000 tourist guides who will be trained in different parts of the country, especially in the tourist places like Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the Kashmir region. The third and most important point also being that there will be a focus on adventure tourism. The hiking trails in Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand and the higher reaches in the northern part of India would be promoted as well. So as far as the tourism industry is concerned, they were asking for a special scheme this year from the central government, but that didn't come through. There was no immediate relief to them, but these things could help in the future to promote the tourism in Jammu and Kashmir. If we talk about the horticulture and agriculture industry, the government said that they will enhance the income of the farmers related to walnut and as well as almond, which we know that Kashmir is a producer of walnuts and almonds in a big way as well. So that will help the farmers in Jammu and Kashmir. They've also said that they will introduce AI tools which will help these people who are related to horticulture and agriculture in Jammu and Kashmir, which could benefit them in the longer run.
Thanks so much for consolidating all of that and bringing us views of what people really feel at this point. Reactions, of course, slightly subdued, but let's hope, the allocation is among all the states, 1.4 lakh crores, as the finance minister mentioned, for all states. We'll need to wait and watch how this one plays out at the state level and the union territory level. That's E3 Sloan getting us the latest from Srinagar, and we're also joined by Disha Yadav from Mumbai. We'll now cut across to our guest.
And we're joined by Mithali Nikore. She's an economist and founder of Nikore Associates. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast, Mithali.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Mithali, the budget has been announced and it has come with the backdrop of a lot of global geopolitical uncertainty and also certain domestic pressure points. Now, how do you characterize this budget?
So I think there are certain things that have been done really well in this budget. It's a long-term budget. It's a budget with a long-term view. So I think that part has been done really well. The infrastructure-related announcements and plans that have been laid out are extremely forward-looking. When we think about the railway sector, the 7 high-speed rail corridors, the new dedicated freight corridor line between Dankuni and Surat. When we think about waterways, again, a very important intervention for the logistics sector as well as for passenger transit on waterways. So 20 new waterways. Then, thinking about urban development and the fact that tier 2 and tier 3 cities will be prioritized, for capital expenditure. And of course, the overall capital expenditure going up to, 12 lakh crores. So this entire package of measures which comes for the infrastructure sector, really one of the, most well thought out parts of this budget.
Mithali, and this is through the course of the address from the finance minister, a lot of corridors, these growth corridors, if you would consolidate and call them. There was, of course, the 7 high-speed rail corridors expected from Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, Bengaluru, Chennai, Varanasi, Siliguri, rare earth corridors, Tamil Nadu, Odisha, Kerala, and then industry and logistics corridors, northeast regions to get development of Buddhist circuits. A lot of corridors have been mentioned, and these are essentially for growth. How do you feel this is in line with the Viksit Bharat ambition and as we approach 2047?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, our entire vision is to actually move to a Viksit Bharat in 2047. Now, when we are trying to achieve this vision, there are certain sectors which, the finance minister has really outlined. If you think about it, 7 key sectors, and biopharma being one of those sectors, logistics being one of those sectors, industrial development being one of those sectors, MSMEs being prioritized as those sectors. So really, I think it's a mix of some traditional sectors like industry, logistics, MSME, and textiles. Textiles really one of those traditional sectors, again getting a push at this time. But on the other side, also bringing in newer sectors like, for example, AI, biopharma, medical tourism, which are very innovative. So I would say it's a mix of traditional and innovative sectors, which will help us get to that, Viksit Bharat 2047 vision.
Right, and Mithali, before in the build-up to the budget, one concern was the depreciating value of rupee and how the looming trade tariff with the United States had also weighed on the sentiment. And now with the budget being out, you have characterized it as forward-looking. We had we had with us an expert with us, and he had characterized it as rather reformist. Now, having said all of that, do you think the budget has done enough to address the foreign investment inflows, which was also a major point of concern? Do you think the budget has successfully done that?
So I think that, very honestly, we have to see a little bit in terms of the wait and watch when it comes to the foreign direct investment, because foreign direct investment in India is not only a factor and a product of what is the investment condition in India, but also what are the alternatives that are being offered to foreign institutional investors. And at this point in time, we know that FDI is highly dictated by geopolitical tensions, geopolitical alignments. So the India-EU FTA, for example, sets a path where European companies should ideally come and invest in India, should set up even manufacturing outposts in India, and not only in China. So I do think that some of those aspects have been recognized in this budget. When we look at 3 or 4 sectors in particular, electronics, and the fact that electronics components manufacturing has been given a 40,000 crore push. When we look at container manufacturing, this is such an important, and often ignored announcement, but very critical, because India is so highly dependent on Chinese container imports, and actually manufacturing domestic containers is so critical. And then, of course, when we look at textiles, so all 3 together, and of course semiconductors, the 4th one, of course, semiconductors. So all 4 together, you put down, the conditions which make it very ripe for foreign institutional investors to come and invest in India, especially in these 4 sectors, in addition to the sectors which are under the PLI scheme.
Mithali, also, when we're talking about welcoming foreign markets or foreign investors in India, let's also talk about the tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company giving cloud services using data centers in India. What kind of a move do you see that, and how do you find that playing out in the years to come?
No, I think this is a very interesting strategy. I mean, I think this is a move that a lot of us who are analyzing the market also didn't see coming, because we know that there has been a huge amount of interest from foreign companies, and this is not only tech companies, but all foreign companies really, when it comes to setting up global capability centers in India, right? GCCs. And GCCs have been huge job creators for India. Now, on the other side, the other point that we have been trying to achieve as a country, and of course the government has taken this very seriously, is to localize India's data and say that India's data should be stored in India. So now with this measure, what they're essentially saying is you could be a foreign service provider or an Indian service provider, but as long as you store India's data in India, we will give you that tax holiday. And that's like putting an incentive to not exporting data. And we know that data is the new oil. So really, it's a very genius move, I would say.
Data is the new oil, all right. You've coined that, and we'll stick to that. But that's a move that did surprise a lot of people. But then let's see how many people out overseas or they're able to get attracted to this tax holiday till 2047. Diksha and I have been trying to really disseminate the information and bring it to all our viewers in a manner that everyone's able to see through exactly what it means for them through the jargon. Mithali, always a pleasure speaking with you. Thanks so much for joining us. At this point, we are going to slip into a short break. This is our comprehensive coverage, and now our understanding and bringing it to you exactly what Union Budget 2026 means for you and your daily lives. Stay with us. Please come back.
Technology doesn't always move in a straight line. Sometimes the future comes early and flies twice at the speed of sound. High fidelity just can't match the beauty and melody of analog sound. And for all our advancements in technology, the greatest enigmas of nature still remain enduring mysteries. Catch all these stories and more on Tech It Out, only on WION at these times.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Welcome back, viewers. Thanks so much for staying with us. You're watching WION World is One with Deeksha. I'm Shivan. Lots more to discuss. This is our comprehensive coverage of the Union Budget 2026. Let's start with the headlines at this hour first.
The budget announced clearly outlines its focus on infrastructure and manufacturing. Capital expenditure was raised to 12.2 trillion rupees or $133.08 billion. This is for the next fiscal year starting in April. The outlay was also increased for focused manufacturing sectors.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presents her record 9th budget in the Indian Parliament, announces transformative reforms across 6 domains, including taxation and urban development.
The fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP.
Presenting the Union Budget, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman pegs fiscal deficit at 4.3% of the GDP. This is for the year 2026 to 27, as against 4.4% being targeted in 2025 to 26.
Finance Minister announces higher capital expenditure allocation, says it is aimed at continuing the momentum in infrastructure development and supporting economic growth.
The mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces dedicated corridors for rare earth minerals in 4 states: Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. Big step towards reducing India's dependence on China.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces launch of India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0 with a 40,000 crore outlay, aiming to boost the country's semiconductor ecosystem.
Indian stock benchmarks fell sharply after the finance minister hiked the security transaction tax. The Sensex index was down nearly 1% and the broader Nifty index slumped over 1%.
Iran declares European countries' armies terrorist group following the EU's decision to apply the same designation to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Two killed in overnight Russian strike in central Ukrainian region of Dnipro as US envoy Steve Witkoff holds talks on efforts to end the war. The Indian equity markets witnessed a volatile budget Sunday as initial optimism was quickly overshadowed by a sharp hike in transaction taxes for derivatives.
While several sectors, they cheered the targeted reforms, the headline indices buckled under the weight of increased trading costs. The market reaction to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget 2026, it was swift. The Nifty 50 witnessed a deep sell-off when it briefly slipped below the symbolic 25,000 mark. The BSE Sensex followed a similar trajectory, cracking below 80,000 points before it began recovering. The primary catalyst for the market's retreat was the proposal to significantly raise Securities Transaction Tax or STT on the derivatives segment, a move aimed at curbing excessive retail speculation. Despite the gloom in the indices, specific policy announcements triggered green shoots across several sectors.
Hospitality stocks rallied as the government identified tourism as a primary engine for growth creation. A new pilot scheme was announced to train 10,000 tourist guides to a specialized 12-week course, and shares of power stocks surged following the announcement of a planned restructuring. Now, of these state-run leaders to strengthen the public sector financial ecosystem, the healthcare sector was a standout performer, fueled by the launch of the Biopharma Shakti initiative, with an outlay of 10,000 crore rupees over 5 years. The scheme aims to make India a global biopharma hub.
And the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, presented her 9th Union Budget outlining a growth strategy anchored around what she called 3 kartavyas or duties. And of course, joining us here in the studio is Mr. Bhutani, who's been there with us to analyze what exactly these kartavyas and everything that's entailed in the Budget 2026. Mr. Bhutani, earlier as we were speaking, you mentioned that you will be spending some more time to understand what exactly has caused the markets to react the way they have and the securities transaction tax. Now you've had some time to go over it. Give us your analysis.
In a lighter vein, I still haven't seen the amendment bill, but just the explanatory to the amendment bill runs into 95 pages. So you need to feel some mercy for me. No, I think on a more serious note, I think you're right that the market has reacted negatively to the securities transaction tax. But if you look at it, these are on options and futures. So I think that is something that the market was expected to react because one, nobody anticipated this move. One can't figure out whether the move is largely motivated to discourage non-institutional investors participating in complex instruments such as derivatives, futures and options, or it is targeted towards institutional investors. Obviously, for institutional investors, the cost of entry and exit goes up as a result of this fraction. And this fraction is a significant amount given the volumes in the markets. So that seems to be the driver. I can't see anything negative on the tax proposals. particularly for me, some of the proposals sound very, very reformative. Let's take a case of decriminalization. Now, this was a very significant, downer for many businesses. All taxpayers were treated in the same manner, small, medium-sized, large multinational taxpayers. So if I just look at the decriminalization, just 12 pages in the explanation has been devoted to this section. For me, the highlights are that the nature of punishment has changed. One, from rigorous imprisonment to simple imprisonment. Two, the tenure has changed from 7 years to 2 to 3 years. Three, some of the offences have been decriminalized. And four, some of the offences, the courts have been given power to decriminalize and instead have penalties. In my view, this is a significant move. Second, on the overall assessment procedure, today, if there is a disagreement between you and the tax department, they raise an assessment and then they have separate proceedings for penalty. The law has been amended to combine both these proceedings, number one. Number two, no penalty provisions will trigger in up until the time the first appellate authority has decided the case. Number three, there was a requirement of prepayment of tax of 20% that has been reduced to 10%. So to me, it seems that the entire machinery of the tax administration, which was devoting disproportionate energy, and so were the taxpayers compelled, to follow that and were under pressure, for both the assessments, disputes, and the penalty regime have all been compressed. So this, in my view, is the most reformative part. You will not see the impact of this change immediately, but you will see it over a period of time as we go ahead into the assessment.
Yeah, it is being termed as a long-term budget.
It is, indeed. And I think this is a very reformative change. Some of these changes have been in the statute since 1961. We carried forward the 1961 statute. We had carried out small changes to the regime over the years. We did not carry out any substantial change in 2025 Act. And that is the reason also there was an element of underlying criticism. Isn't the new Act a rehash of the old Act? Well, no. This is the proof. The new Act is not a rehash. There are some reforms which are being taken in a staggered manner.
Right, and so you've called it reformative, and we had Mitali Nikore with us just a little while back, and she said that it is rather a forward-looking bill, but that is exactly what we need to achieve the target of Viksit Bharat 2047. And you've also mentioned how the taxpayer's voice is being heard, but do you also think that taxpayer needs to be cautious and also look out for these caveats like the one that you just mentioned right now?
Well, I think there is often a criticism about the administration that we have all kinds of penal provisions, prosecution, but who actually gets prosecuted? Very few. Now, with the cleaning up of the law, you will see fewer prosecutions, but department will make out a case for a person who is a persistent defaulter, for a person who is who does not feel the fear of the law. Those cases will come up for penalties and prosecutions. So, majority of the taxpayers who are either compliant or who have seen a technical breach, they will get away with the small fines. And that's also the guiding philosophy. So if you look at the Black Money Undeclared Assets Act, if you go back into 2015, there was a 3-month window between July 15 to September 15 to declare assets. Now, what was the outcome? Small-time taxpayers, students, people who had technology businesses moved out, kept bank accounts open even after returning to India, kept some assets. Now there is a one-time amnesty given to those individuals. So you're really cleaning up the old law that applied to everyone, whether you have hidden assets of 5 lakhs or 500 crores. You were treated in the same manner. Now they're saying, no, we're going to give amnesty for those class of taxpayers, and we are going to focus on the large taxpayers from a penal perspective.
Mr. Bhutani, from a larger perspective, if you look at holistically, if you see this budget, how much do you find it to be equitable taking the entire country, all sectors, all industries, or all different pockets in terms of states as well, taking them forward. There are a lot of growth corridors which have been mentioned with the rail corridors, rare earth corridors, industry and logistics corridors, a lot on the medical sector as well coming in. How much of, and of course, how can we leave out the mega textile parks also coming in? There is subtle messaging to other countries because India is finding it in itself, but also within India, how much do you find this budget to be equitable in terms of growth?
Well, you need to divide the principle of equitableness in 4 parts. Okay. 1, people who have received direct tax benefits. So there are classes of business that have received direct tax businesses. Data centers, large companies who are going to move their global value chains into India, the likes of Apple. So there is not a concession, but there is clarification for those businesses to bring in investment. Then there are second class of businesses that will benefit from the tariff regime. Now these are the businesses that either are high growth potential. For example, if you look at the aviation sector, import of raw materials for maintenance operations of aircraft, basic custom duty has gone away. So, there are certain benefits that have been given for the tourism sector. That's again a fiscal benefit. Then there are third set of benefits which are given from a allocation standpoint, that the government considers this as a thrust area. The annual budget exercise means we will allocate this much. And then there are others, I would put them in the 4th basket, wherein there is more a long-term thinking and it's agnostic to what kind of business you are in, whether, as you correctly pointed out, rare earth and many classes of business. So you need to give a context when you raise the fundamental question of equitability, because all of these 4 kinds of announcements in the budget are catering to different classes of taxpayer across a spectrum of various industries.
And this time there was also this focus on inclusion and how the policies have to be made attractive for everyone. And as you've mentioned earlier, there's something for everyone in this budget. Now, having said that, I think it's also been recognized that there's so much untapped potential, which is still left untapped in Tier 2 and Tier 3. And we have all sorts of announcements that were made, be it in terms of tourism or the healthcare tourism, in fact, and the corridors that Shivan has just mentioned. Now, do you think this is going to actually play out in the way that it's been mentioned, and the turnaround time is going to be such that the benefits are received by the taxpayers and by the citizens in the near future, or is it still a long-term approach? We'll have to wait and see how it pans out.
I think I would put it a medium to long-term. Again, this is a long-term play. For example, why aren't certain categories of businesses growing outside the A-town, B-town? Well, the fundamental challenge was infrastructure. So, high-speed rail is directly appealing to your tourism sector, because the moment you have high-speed rail, whether tourism is driven for medical reasons or it's driven for religious reasons, you have businesses there. Businesses such as outsourcing have already gone beyond the metros. The cities of Chandigarh, Jaipur are already there. Now it will spread into sea towns with the growth in infrastructure. So I think it depends which business are you appealing to. Now, you will take a lot of time to move high-end jobs on engineering unless you are in a hub like Pune. So, these jobs will be around those clusters where engineering graduates are high. But I think over a period of time, to me it seems that there is thrust and focus on development of infrastructure all across, whether it's rails or roads, and spreading out in a manner that the development is much more equitable across the length and breadth of the country.
And Mr. Bhutani, it's interesting you've said that we have so many long-term policies that have been announced. What are some key announcements that have been made which will provide instant relief to the citizens, if there are any, or any short-term relief that could be provided?
Yeah, and also if you can put a timeline to this long-term budget benefit, like what kind of timeline are we looking at? Right up to 2047, or could it even happen earlier as the fiscal deficit has come down as it was predicted to happen within a...
Well, tax proposals are always immediate. That's the shortest, because it's appealing to 1 year. Some tax proposals are long-term. For example, the clarity on data centers is up to 2047. This is unprecedented because if you look at the history of any form of concession, clarity, tax holiday, it's 5 years or 10 years. This is 2047, so 20 years. This is the longest I've seen in my career. Some of them are medium term. So if you look at the global value chain, bringing global manufacturing into India, there was always a challenge whether non-resident companies that are providing services by way of giving gratis plant and machinery for tooling purposes to be used, that's 5 years. If you ask me, I think we should have gone for 10 years. Why do I do that? If I am an entrepreneur, if I am part of a board of a global company and I'm looking at a global, moving my global value chain into India, 5 years is short term. Because I'm going to commit substantial capital investment, I would have looked out for 10 years. Similarly, my big ask on giving exemption to sovereign wealth funds, this was a master stroke by India in 2020, but the sovereign wealth fund exemption was 3 years. Come 2023 or 2024, we took it for another 3 years. Why? Give sovereign wealth funds 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So they have a long-term view about India. So I think we have a playbook now for data centers, tax clarity until 2047. We should have a similar playbook for all businesses that are capable of attracting huge doses of foreign investment.
And also, Mr. Bhutani, we were speaking about like a timeline that I asked you. Maybe this gives a window into that when India says that there'll be a tax holiday till 2047 for any foreign company who wants to provide cloud services using data centers in India. So do you find that to be a strike, achieving two targets in one? Because A, you're also inviting more foreign companies into India, and at B, you're also preserving data centers within India, pushing both?
Well, as I had mentioned in the morning, 70% of data center capacity is now with developed economies. So India is missing out on that. I think this move will move new data center investments into India, number one. Secondly, let me clarify, they were not seeking tax holidays. They were seeking clarity on a very nuanced subject. I have a data center in India. I will pay tax on my profits made in India, for which they have given a safe harbor of 15%. But I was exposed insofar as taxation of my non-resident customer was concerned. So that clarity has been issued. That non-resident customer now will not be liable for tax. Of course, subject to conditions and the fine print that we need to read into.
Definitely, it was something that a lot of the analysts said we didn't see this one coming, but then of course I
saw it.
You saw it coming. You mentioned it briefly in the morning as well, and also I wanted to understand from you the targeted efforts towards different sectors. But when it comes to farmers, do you find it to be numerical as much as figures are concerned, or is it more in words than figures at this point?
Well, I must confess my handicap on impact on farmers, but I just wanted to clarify some more principled issues. Agriculture income is not taxed in India, so you cannot have anything in the Finance Act or Finance Bill which will appeal to farmers. On the farm sector, I think on an annual basis, you have been receiving, attention by way of scheme, whether it's got to do with subsidy for seeds or subsidy for fertilizers or irrigation. But you shouldn't lose sight of the fact that if you look at the trend of how much is farming and agriculture forming a basket of the GDP over the years, after the economic reforms of 1991, it has considerably reduced. Most farming segment gone into either they have moved up the value chain, say for example agro processing, or they have moved away from the rural areas into urban areas. So that shift is clearly visible. I think that our policies have been largely pro-farmers. Some of the debated policies unfortunately could not have been communicated, which was resulting in the farming community up in arm against the government. A classic case was the 2000 21, the three farm bills. But I think more or less the policy makers have been very sensitive towards the needs of that community. I think that community does need support, whether it is coming by financing or it's coming by subsidy.
America has also been eyeing the agriculture sector very, very closely, trying very hard to get into it. I'd also like to just recall what the Prime Minister had mentioned during the Independence Day speech, that, I stand as a wall in front of our cattle breeders, our fishermen and our farmers. So you do find reference of that here.
And it's interesting that you mentioned that comment, because the Prime Minister's comment was more because he found himself in the middle of an announcement of the trade deal. And in any trade deal, in any jurisdiction, protecting that community is a national importance. So he kind of was trying to say that whereas I'm going to sign free trade agreement because India is open for international trade, but I am not losing sight of the fact that I'm going to protect this community.
Understood. All right. That was Mr. Bhutani joining us right here on the broadcast. He's been here with us in the studios, and to disseminate exactly what this budget entails for everybody, Mr. Mukesh Bhutani, Managing Partner, BMR Legal. Sir, thank you so much for making time for us and being here, taking all our questions and bringing a simplified understanding of what Union Budget 2026 means for all of us as citizens and for the salaried class and everybody else across the country. As of now, Diksha and I, we're going to be taking a very short break. Please stay with us. This is our comprehensive coverage of Budget 2026. More coming up after a short break. This is Beyond World is One.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime is your front row seat to darkness.
Technology doesn't always move in a straight line. Sometimes the future comes early and flies twice at the speed of sound. High fidelity just can't match the beauty and melody of analog sound. And for all our advancements in technology, the greatest enigmas of nature still remain enduring mysteries. Catch all these stories and more on Tech It Out, only on WION at these times.
Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS Centenary Year, Kesariya at 100.
Technology doesn't always move in a straight line. Sometimes the future comes early and flies twice at the speed of sound. High fidelity just can't match the beauty and melody of analog sound. And for all our advancements in technology, the greatest enigmas of nature still remain enduring mysteries. Catch all these stories and more on Tech It Out, only on WION at these times.
on the West Asia Post this week. As Iran tensions escalate, Tehran threatens to sink US aircraft carrier. Hamas seeks role for its fighters in governing Gaza ahead of the disarmament talks. Russia eyes major military bases in Syria amid heightening tensions between Damascus and Tel Aviv.
Watch the West Asia Post only on WION World is One.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime is your front row seat to darkness.
सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है वह उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई, इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
India's Prime Minister thanking the Indian Finance Minister for offering a budget that the Prime Minister calls holistic in terms of carrying forward the Indian Reform Express, giving it a renewed push. Tax reforms are for all ambitious Indians, especially youngsters. That's what the Prime Minister reiterated a number of times during this 10-minute address, mentioning how the budget reaches out to youngsters across the country. Also mentioning how it will create more and more employment, keeping India's larger vision intact for 2047 for a Viksit Bharat. Trust-based governance and human-centric approach is what the Prime Minister said. That is what Union Budget 2026 comprises of. It's a unique budget, decreasing fiscal deficit and containing inflation, plus high capacity and high growth. And a lot of updates coming in from the Indian Prime Minister regarding his views on the Union Budget 2026. We'll be discussing this further with our guest who's joining us here on the broadcast. I'm now being joined live by Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani. He's the chairman of the Hiranandani Group and Naradco. Dr. Hiranandani, thanks so much for making time for us and joining us here. If you heard what the Prime Minister mentioned right now, he's saying that it's a Yuva Shakti budget. It's all for the youngsters. It comprises and only generates more and more employment. A big push has been given to capital expenditure. Earlier analysts, they called it a long-term budget. Your views on how this budget is going to impact India in the years to come and in the current time?
I think the headwinds of the world have now been addressed completely. The Prime Minister has announced Atmanirbhar Bharat a couple of years ago, but today this budget is clearly focused on making it Atmanirbhar and focused on those segments which are critical to the economy for the future also. So whether it is data centers, whether it is chips, whether it is defense manufacturing, whether it is urban infrastructure, whether it is industrial growth, whether it is self-sufficiency, or whether it is MSMEC providing goods to the world, all the segments which we talk about says two things. One, we become Atmanirbhar, and also that the growth should benefit all segments of society, and that is extremely important for him. And that is why the segmentation in terms of what is required in terms of skilling, health, other aspects of education, all these are individually addressed and solutions and allocations specifically mentioned by the finance minister. So I think all in all, we see a different type of budget where we see continuity in 90% of the matters which were addressed last year. But what we see this year, in addition to everything else, is the focus on capex to be further increased. So I see a focus on capex, which is providing downstream multiplier effect to other industries, especially in the case of housing. One of the things not mentioned but continued is the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana with 69,000 crores announced last year. This will continue to be there as available to the people for affordable housing in this year, current year, but it's not mentioned in the budget speech as we see it. All this indicates to me that the growth story continued, but trying to see that the benefit percolates down, whether it is fisheries, whether it is agricultural input. Challenges have not been addressed, like for instance, extra subsidy which is coming to urea is still continued. But at the same time, they've been able to see that inflation is kept under control and the budgetary deficit has also been improved, though marginally. But I think there is a good balancing budget which the finance minister is able to do in spite of the large amount of spending on projects.
Understood. Dr. Hiranandani, since you're joining us from Mumbai, let me also get an understanding from you on how you feel about the stock markets. They've been up and down, and largely down. Apart from pharmas, it's mostly been red. When everything in this budget seems to be for the people, for the larger vision of India, for the lead up to 2047, with full of ambition, giving more pace to India's lead up to 2047 and where it positions itself or envisions itself to be. How long do you find the stock markets reacting this way before they level back up?
I think the action on the ground of what is promised in the budget takes some time to get implemented. I think execution is the key. And as you are aware, all these factors mean setting up various institutions, various missions that are there, manufacturing, the benefit is given. So the capex by the private sector, by the government sector, organizing these committees to actually take action does take time. So it's not something which is going to benefit industry tomorrow morning. Earlier may have been an expectation that what the finance minister would do would be short-term gains. So that has not been received by the capital markets, except in some small ways where the things have been tweaked. But by and large, no major changes have taken place in that. So I think industry was expecting it. But what the Prime Minister, Finance Minister has done actually is to see that it is not something which will benefit only 1 year, but will make the direction to 2030 and 2047 happen and become the third largest GDP country in the world. So I think the mission and goal is the same, which is growth and improvement and larger profits and improvement for society. But the route which probably industry was expecting is short-term gains that they would get in terms of the stock market valuation. So value proposition is what the Prime Minister has given, but the short-term gains may not be seen in this current year, is probably what industry feels.
So, Doctor, and you can add your insights to it as I come back to you. This budget is a long-term budget. This is for anybody watching this. One cannot be expecting the results or the effects to shape up overnight or within one course of a trading day. it is a long-term budget. It's a lead-up. It's a larger vision of where India is heading and where it envisions itself to be after another number of years till 2047. But as of now, let's shift focus. This is one sector we've not discussed so far, the medical sector. 5 medical hubs have been announced. They've been called 5 university townships with industry and logistics corridors, multiple colleges, and there are 3 new all-India institutes for Ayurveda which have been announced. A big boost to the healthcare sector and positioning India as a medical tourism hub. If you can provide more insight on that, Dr. Hiranandani, where is India envisioning itself with these medical tourism hubs?
Well, what has happened in the last couple of years, maybe last 1 decade, is that hospitals and medical availability in terms of care has come up to world-class standards. And hence, there is a possibility of drawing a lot of health tourism to come into the country. And this is possible now much more because we meet international best practices standards in India today and at affordable rates. So if you were to go to America and get the same treatment done for cancer, for heart or anything, you would spend 4 to 10 times more than what you would spend in the best hospital treatment available in India. And surprisingly, many of the doctors in America are Indian doctors trained in India before they went to the United States. So I do see
people actually finding it cheaper to travel to India, get the medical treatment and go back rather than getting it done overseas. And that's what India is cashing in on in this budget. Over to you, sir.
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. There are many NRIs whom I know, doctors, people, and others who come to Mumbai for a holiday and are getting small things done, like even dental treatment. They would come to a hospital in India and get the best treatment over here and go back because it is at 1/4 or 1/5 the price at what they would pay in the United States. So I do see an opportunity in that segment, but that's not the only segment. I think tourism is going to see a double leap of medical thing. And the third is the education sector. The Maharashtra government, Mr. Fadnavis has already fixed up that in Mumbai 3.0, 5 large universities and 250 acres of land are set aside for international universities to come to Mumbai 3.0. And already, I believe, 3 have signed agreements in Davos to come and set up university campuses in Mumbai 3.0. So I think the focus on health, education, hospitality. I think hospitality was mentioned, but not in great measure. But I think that hospitality is growing at more than 20% compounded growth this year alone in terms of new investments taking place into it and new centers like Alibag, like what should I say? Temple tourism and other locations are also growing compoundedly. He talked about training and other areas which are going to grow. I think each and every aspects of it separately is sought, and also the fact that we are going to train people and skill them. Many sectors, we are growing the industry but not skilling them. For example, in the real estate sector, we are 20 lakh workers short today, skilled workers. So Suthar, carpenters, fitters, and all these people, we are 20 lakh workers short. And by 2030, we'll be 50 lakhs workers short. So on one side, we talk about unemployment, and on the other side, we don't have skilled workers. So skilling will become much more important in the next couple of years, especially with AI coming into it. I think skilling, reskilling, and learning and unlearning is going to be very important. That's why education will take a different turn in the next couple of years too.
That was Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani joining us from Mumbai, chairman of the Hiranandani Group. Sir, thank you so much for offering so much insight and furthering our endeavor of simplifying and understanding Budget 2026 for all our viewers to understand where India is headed and what all these developments and these updates, these announcements would mean in regular day-to-day life and in different sectors. Dr. Hiranandani, thanks so much. Now, India's federal government has announced a record infrastructure spending of 12.2 trillion rupees for the financial year. Capital expenditure has been given a big boost. Listen to this.
Promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the capex outlay is 8.8% higher than the 11.21 trillion rupees budgeted for the current fiscal, which itself was the highest on record. Now, the government has steadily ramped up infrastructure investment since the COVID-19 pandemic, positioning capex as a key tool to support growth, improve logistics, and generate employment across sectors. Now, the infrastructure push had an immediate impact on the markets. Capital goods and infrastructure stocks rallied. The overall stock market, however, remains in the red. Analysts note that while the capex number is slightly below market expectations, it remains supportive for the manufacturing sector and could encourage higher private sector investment. The continued focus on infrastructure comes as India's economy shows resilience amid global uncertainties. Government-led spending, along with income and consumption tax cuts, it has helped sustain domestic demand. Economic growth for the year is projected at 7.4%, with infrastructure investment remaining a central pillar of the government's strategy to maintain momentum. Now, 7.4%, it is a leap ahead of any other economy at the same strata as where India is. For most developed economies, 2% is what a regular GDP growth looks like. And there are more updates coming in from our principal correspondent from Chennai, Siddharth MP, who sends us this report.
Among the key takeaways for poll-bound Tamil Nadu from the Union Budget 2026-27 include the high-speed rail corridors connecting Chennai and Bengaluru, Chennai and Hyderabad. These, of course, are rail corridors connecting the 3 important metropolises in southern India. In addition to that, there's also been an announcement for a rare earth corridor in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Odisha, among other states. Notably, of these, Tamil Nadu and Kerala are election-bound. Also, there's been emphasis on the integrated textile scheme, which is a key focus area for Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is a significant state when it comes to textile manufacturing. There's also been emphasis on the manufacture of technical textiles. In addition to this, there's also been focus on archaeology and tourism promotion in different parts of Tamil Nadu. One includes a birding trail, that is bird watching trail, and the other is an archaeological site in Thoothukudi in Tamil Nadu. However, let's also keep in mind that the Tamil Nadu government, led by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, had made several demands from the central government ahead of the budget. This includes metro rail projects for Coimbatore and Madurai, more infrastructure and railway projects. In addition to that, the state government also demanded funds that are pending from the centre for several schemes, including those in the sectors of education and also for implementing Jal Jeevan Mission, among others. From Chennai, Siddharth MP, WION World is One.
All right, viewers, we're going to slip into a very short break. This is our comprehensive coverage of Union Budget 2026. Stay with us. This is WION World is One. I'm Shivan Chandna.
Technology doesn't always move in a straight line. Sometimes the future comes early and flies twice at the speed of sound. High fidelity just can't match the beauty and melody of analog sound. And for all our advancements in technology, the greatest enigmas of nature still remain enduring mysteries. Catch all these stories and more on Tech It Out, only on WION at these times.
On the West Asia Post this week. As Iran tensions escalate, Tehran threatens to sink US aircraft carrier. Hamas seeks role for its fighters in governing Gaza ahead of the disarmament talks. Russia eyes major military bases in Syria amid heightening tensions between Damascus and Tel Aviv.
Watch the West Asia Post only on WION World is One.
Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh. To some, it's an extreme ideology. To others, it's the very soul of India. To some, it's rebellion. To others, it's a principle of nation building. Coming soon to challenge perceptions in RSS Centenary Year, Kesariya at 100.
On Wings, we cover how snowfall is celebrated with song and dance at a winter carnival in Manali. We visit the Global Buddhist Summit in New Delhi and feature the Pangsao Pass International Festival in Arunachal Pradesh. Also, carnivals, parades and festivals worldwide. Only on WION, World is One.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching WION World is One. This is our comprehensive coverage of Union Budget 2026 with Diksha. I'm Shivan. Lots more to discuss. Let's start with the headlines.
The government is betting big on high-tech sectors to drive the next leg of growth. A standout announcement was Biopharma Shakti, a new strategy with an outlay of 10,000 crore rupees to turn India into a global hub for biological medicines. This is a strategic shift to address lifestyle diseases like diabetes and cancer.
The budget announced clearly outlines its focus on infrastructure and manufacturing. Capital expenditure was raised to 12.2 trillion rupees or $133.08 billion for the next fiscal year starting April. The outlay was also increased for focused manufacturing sectors.